Just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it. Oh, when that booty go, booty down, down. I'm confident, don't get no wrong impression. Worthy and proud, I sing it loud. I am woman, 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 woman.
The Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance is a hub of philanthropy connections in the Caribbean. We're harnessing financial and other resources to accelerate the achievement of SDGs in the Caribbean by 2030. And we're connecting philanthropy communities to build a learning community that can foster an enabling environment to enable us to achieve the SDGs in our region. Our women-led philanthropy initiative moves us closer to achieving these objectives. While the Caribbean accounts for a very tiny part of greenhouse gas emissions globally, it is disproportionately more vulnerable to climate risks with massive economic and human costs. And we're very mindful of that. And so for us in the Caribbean, building a capacity to respond to climate change is a matter of survival, especially for women who are on the front lines. Women are disproportionately impacted by climate change because of existing inequalities and discrimination. UN Women recently reported that after climate disaster, women and girls are more likely to be left out and left behind in times of crisis. Caribbean women especially are accustomed to being resilient, community-driven, and goal-oriented. And we need to streamline resources to do what we do best, from the community to the boardroom and to the leadership of our countries.
The Caribbean stands at a critical juncture. The region faces escalating climate challenges that threatens communities, economies, and ecosystems. With this challenge lies a remarkable opportunity for building climate resiliency in the region. This initiative urges philanthropic organizations to recognize the unparalleled potential of women-led climate programs and the strengths of Caribbean women. We know that women in the Caribbean are disproportionately affected by climate change, and investing in women, we empower entire communities to adapt and thrive in the face of climate threats. We also acknowledge that women bring unique perspectives and innovative solutions to climate change. They're on the front lines, they're nurturing the environment and devising ingenious strategies to mitigate climate impacts. By funding women-led initiatives, we tap into a wellspring of creativity. We also listen to our NGO partners of this initiative, and particularly Carrefour Alliance regional members across the region, who testify that when we invest in women, we amplify impact, that the philanthropic investment in women-led programs has a multiplier effect. It elevates women and lifts their families and communities, and even drives poverty reduction and economic growth. With philanthropic investment to support women-led strategies, we will have an opportunity to promote gender equality, amplify women's voices, and advocate for women climate decision-making, a cornerstone of effective climate action. Women-led climate philanthropy is also an improved Clinton Global Initiative commitment to action, and will streamline philanthropic funding to civil society organizations to strengthen their capacity to deliver climate gender responsive programs, as well as target funding to initiatives that support women engaging in climate action responses and solutions. Our programmatic actions are many. We will track the flow of philanthropic funding that support women and climate initiatives in the region in an ecosystem of transparency and accountability. We need to understand where the money is coming from and where the money is going. And to do this, we will convene international and local funders to collaboratively devise strategies to fill the funding gaps. And we received a funders database from Tides Foundation, developed by a cohort of funders to start that tracking process. And while we talk with funders, we will convene our regional members and NGOs to learn how philanthropy is experienced on the ground, and encourage NGOs to work together to seek funding opportunities as a bloc. This initiative would also target capacity building resources to improve NGOs' delivery of services to women and support their efforts to create pathways of engagement and mentorship for young women to be meaningfully included at the decision-making tables. The Caribbean future is intertwined with resiliency of its women. By increasing funding for women-led climate programs, philanthropic organizations have the power to shape more sustainable funding for the region. The Caribbean's future is intertwined with the resilience of its women. By increasing funding for women-led climate programs, philanthropic organizations have the power to shape more sustainable and equitable future for the region. It is important that we seize this opportunity. Thank you so much.
I'm Mary McLaughlin with Trees That Feed Foundation. Our foundation plants food-producing trees throughout the tropics. We also work on creating post-harvest products from these trees and using underserved women to become vendors to sell these products. It helps the women achieve economic stability, and it also ensures that the trees, mainly breadfruit, are secure and kept alive, especially in Haiti, where deforestation is an issue. We have worked with Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance ever since we were introduced by the Clinton Foundation. Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance is run by good, committed Caribbean women, and I am one of them. We're happy to work along with them to help to achieve the SDG goals wherever we can. Thank you.
We at Source Farm are really in support of women-led climate philanthropy. It's a very important initiative which will allow all of us that are working in the sector to get the support that we need so that we can actually help the farmers and the various individuals that are coming to us for support. It's really important for us to do this work.
The Caribbean sees women assuming responsibility for action as a response to climate change. Two noted examples in Barbados are the Coral Reef Restoration Alliance, headed by Susan Mahon, the Ashley Lashley Foundation, that works on youth empowerment and climate justice. The Bicultural Education and Research Program sees science engagement as an important tool for empowerment, and we so demonstrate by our biennial symposium on plants and planting for the future. The Gender Action Plan, as highlighted in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, highlights priority areas that will support an enhancement in women's participation. These included capacity building, leadership support, and the means for implementation. We see the CGI Women-Led Initiative as important in filling the gaps in fiscal wellness, thus enabling the attainment of the needed critical mass.
Women-led climate philanthropy commitment to action will elevate women in climate and will continue to support and highlight hosting the Women and Earth Awards. Women equally play a crucial role in achieving the climate targets and are garnering keen recognition for their contributions, all while advocating for equal participation in environmental decision-making in women-led climate philanthropy. Their role and recognition will help to facilitate access to climate finance, concepts, and resources necessary to support initiatives and are key stewardesses who guide, drive, and nurture effective climate actions. The Women and Earth Awards, first hosted in March 2022 by the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance, is a celebratory platform that will honor and highlight women in climate and their contributions to the work they are doing with and for the earth, of the intent to elevate the contributions of women. So stay tuned for our next staging in March 2024.
Women, youth, and men experience the risks and burdens of climate change differently and thus must have equal footing in policy and decision making spaces. As subject matter experts in climate, the environment, agriculture, and education, women are needed to develop SDG driven roadmaps, policy, and laws, and are therefore required in the boardrooms and in decision making positions. Analysis by data by Carbon Brief shows that the proportion of women and Global South authors of reports by the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, has risen over the past 3 decades, but it still lags behind male and Global North authors. Women-led climate philanthropy commitment to action by Carrie Phil will facilitate regional mentorship talks and coaching to support the development of professional women in leadership. Through our regional network, we will solicit at least 100 women to build their capacity and ultimately teach them on how to pass this information to their communities where succession planning is needed more than ever. Women will have the opportunities for contextualized skill building, empowerment, and education to improve their abilities, mindsets, and confidence. Our flagship project, the Caribbean Tree Planting Project, saw the power of women and youth, with it being predominantly implemented by their passion and a dedicated women leadership. We owe them mentorship, fellowship, resources, and encouragement to accelerate actions on climate change and to move their ideas into decision.
I'm a lady, so life better treat me accordingly. Just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it. I'm a lady, so life better treat me accordingly. Just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it.
Hi everyone! Welcome to our online Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance Philanthropy in Action Week Regional Forum. My name is Tanama, and I'm a proud spokesperson for the Caribbean Tree Planting Project and a representative of the resilient women of the Caribbean who exemplify strength and perseverance. Over the years, the Caribbean Philanthropic Alliance mobilized Caribbean youths and organizations to plant over 1.5 million trees and hosted annual regional forums celebrating cultural heritage in the Caribbean while protecting biodiversity and spotlighting the role of partnerships for climate action, mitigation, and adaptation to achieve SDGs 13, 15, and 17. For 2023 and 2024, we will be working with you side by side to gather insights about funding and resources to unlock funding opportunities for civil society organizations and to support women-led climate actions. Yes, women are solution builders and catalysts for innovative solutions, and achieving gender equality is key to driving effective climate action. Under our new initiative, Women-Led Climate Philanthropy, we spotlight the indomitable women in the Caribbean who, like the trees we plant, stand tall, provide shelter, and inspire growth in the face of challenges. This initiative, with your partnership, will amplify women voices, including stories of our indigenous communities. I am so excited that you have joined us on this online forum this year as we continue to celebrate our collective achievements under the theme Targeted Financing for Gender Equity, climate actions, and partnerships. So, welcome everyone, and let's get started to forge a path toward a more sustainable and resilient Caribbean.
Muted. Unmute, unmute.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 and to our session, Women in Climate Tech and Entrepreneurship. In this session, we will be diving into a powerful discussion where we'll be discussing the intersection of innovation, sustainability, and empowerment. And we're here to explore the essential role of women in STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, in crafting climate solutions. We recognize these solutions not only tackle our planet's pressing challenges, but also ignite entrepreneurship and economic growth. The significance of this session cannot be overstated. We've heard over the past 2 days, starting with our keynote speaker, Dr. Julia Zachary, and funders who collectively share the importance of diverse voices, particularly women, to create sustainable solutions. Our guest speakers today represent a chain of women with STEM skills and organizations that support women-led initiatives focused on gender-responsive programming. They have created NGOs, small businesses, and much more, all aimed at addressing climate challenges and issues affecting women, children, and communities. This session will also mark the beginning of our women-led climate philanthropy initiative. You heard many of our representatives share with you the importance of our initiative that will be launched this year. It will be a series of events to discuss the link between gender diversity, environmental stewardship, and entrepreneurship. Women entrepreneurs are making impressive strides in developing innovative climate solutions, from renewable energy to sustainable agriculture. And you'll be hearing specifically from our guest speakers who will be talking about female-led ventures that demonstrate robust commitment to social and climate responsibility. You will hear about women-led entrepreneurial actions enhanced by technology and the role of technology to elevate climate and entrepreneurial actions for NGOs, women and girls. So it's going to be an exciting discussion today. I look forward to our panelists and to our speakers' insights that will be shared at this session. On behalf of the Caraphil Alliance Caribbean community, we thank you all for joining this panel and exploring with us how we can drive change, inspire innovation, and create sustainable businesses that benefit not only the environment, but our Caribbean communities. So welcome all. I now have the privilege to introduce you to our co-moderators, who are both part of the Caraphil Alliance family. Our co-moderator today, Nicole Peter Patterson. She's a senior consultant, gender, trade, and financial inclusion expert. She's a senior international development advisor with 20 years of expertise. Nicole has focused her career on international development for micro-businesses, women's economic empowerment, and tech for good advocacy. Nicole is the co-founder and director of She Leads IT, a social enterprise focused on women's economic empowerment with the premier initiative, Caribbean Girls Hack. I'm sure many of you know about that initiative. It's focused on bridging the gender digital divide in the Caribbean, engaging and upskilling girls and young women across a total of 16 countries since 2017, engaging 5,000 participants to date in the collaboration with RSC Tech Clubs. Since 2008, she has served as a member of International Telecommunications Union in Switzerland, Equals Global Partnership Digital Work Groups, as well as many other organizations. She's also served as a judge for the global IBM Code the Curve Tech for Good competition. Caribbean Girls Hack is supporting a partner on the creation of equals with the hashtag Her Digital Skills, hands-on training with mentorship of Caribbean young women over the past 3 years. In May 2019, she received the Faces for Equality Award by Global Affairs Canada. Congratulations, Nicole, on that. Recognizing the work of She Leads IT, Girls Hack for outstanding contribution to the empowerment of girls in technology and innovation in Jamaica. And also, she's also a member of the Internet Society in Jamaica, and also is a board member of Caribbean Women in Trade, and the Organization of Women in International Trade, and the list goes on. And I will pass on the floor now to Nicole, who will also introduce the panel.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Responsibility to introducing Dwayne later.
Okay, thank you for that, Anthea. And very happy to be here. Apologies for the delays. I am seeing a lot of very familiar faces. Can you all hear me clearly? Yes, you can just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me clearly. So I'm very happy to be here, as the colleagues within the CARPHIL Alliance know that the whole area of women in STEM and women's economic empowerment is one that's really very near and dear to my heart, and one that I'm very committed to. So my role here today is both as moderator and engaging you all in terms of sharing your expertise, both looking from the examples of climate tech and entrepreneurship, and climate and STEM. So I am going to jump right in, because what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be having I know another colleague moderator is going to be joining me, but I'm going to be starting off with introducing some of our speakers for you here today. I'm going to be starting with Rika G, who is the founder of Golden Great Solutions. Do we have Rika? Hey, Rika, how are you?
Greetings.
Where are you now, Rika?
I'm in Kingston, well, St. Andrew, Jamaica.
There you go. There you go. So coming to us from Jamaica, by the way, everybody can see I have on a sweater, so I'm in somewhere cold. So Rika G is a cultural practitioner on a mission to serve as a catalyst for liberation throughout the diaspora using fellowship, technology, and the arts. She's an innovative educator who has transformed the stages of through surf camps, skate parks, computer labs, traditional classrooms, and other exciting spaces of community learning for scholars of all ages. As she says in her bio, no matter the audience, anyone within earshot, and I'm sure that also means within various age groups, right, Rika, can join to learn something or heal some aspect of themselves once she has taken the floor. Community engagement and development is integral to Rika's mission, which is evident in her work with youth mentoring and event curation. Welcome once again, Rika. And then I'm going to go on next. Our next speaker I'm going to introduce is Diana Mbogo. Do I see Diana with us? Hi, Diana.
Yes, I'm around. Yeah.
Hey, welcome, Diana. And where are you joining us from?
From Tanzania, East Africa.
Wonderful. Okay, so Diana is a managing director of Millennium Engineers. She's the founder and managing director of Millennium Engineers, which is a 100% women-founded and led social enterprise that specializes in renewable energy. And we know how important the whole field of renewable energy is now. With what we've heard on record is, what is it they're saying, Diana, the hottest year that we've had as yet on record, which no doubt that's very much connected to the energy sources that we're using and other factors. Millennium Engineers specializes in renewable energy with a primary focus on identifying untapped energy poverty markets across various sectors. What they do is they excel in creating tailored and innovative business solutions by analyzing the requirements of specific communities, and of course, related with that, the relevant business value chains. Currently, they're working on a very interesting initiative, which is on implementing what's called the Sardine Fishing Industry Business Project, aimed at transitioning the low-income sardine fishing industry in Lake Victoria away from pressurized kerosene, LED, lead acid powered batteries towards and conventional methods of sardine drying towards more climate-friendly solar drying types of facilities. So welcome again to Diana. Diana, are you going to be able to go on camera?
I will be in the next another 15 minutes.
Okay, no problem. Okay,
no
great.
worries.
All right, no problem. And I am very pleased to welcome also to introduce you to a colleague of mine that I know closer, and that's Anushka Shonai. Hi, Anushka.
Hi, Nicole. How are you? Good morning, everyone. It's so
Fine.
great to be here.
And where are you joining from today, Anushka?
Today, I'm joining from Suriname, my home-based country.
Joining from the home base. So Anushka is the president of Creative Tech Hub Caribbean, which is a platform and academy. I'm just trying to turn my screen so I can read. A platform, a network, and academy, as well as an agency. She is currently serving as the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Suriname. She has been integrally involved over the years as one of the leads of Anime Carib, and she is also past president of the ICT Association Suriname. And Anushka has given significant technical expertise, guidance, mentoring, and training to the beneficiaries of Caribbean Girls Hack, which is a lead project of She Leads IT, which would be has reached young women from all across the Caribbean. And we were very, very excited to be working so closely with Anushka that, you know what she did? She actually took the horse by the reins, and it turned out that the students from Suriname were the winners of the Girls Tech Hackathon. So that we were very, very excited about that happening. She is also the winner of the Anthony Sabga Caribbean Excellence Award for public and civic contributions throughout the Caribbean, and is the winner of Women in Tech Global Leadership Award for the Latin America region. She's a winner, Women in Tech Global Winner Award, International Dubai, as well as she's been decorated with the Honorary Order of the Yellow Star of the Republic of Suriname by the President of Suriname. So I think we can clearly see that we have quite a distinguished group of women with us here today. What I do have some other colleagues that I also need to be introducing. I have Trish Tierney, who is the co-founder and CEO of Women's Alliance for No, called WAKE. Is that correct, Trish? Did I say that the correct way?
Hi, Nicole. Good morning. It's WAKE. WAKE stands for Women's Alliance for Knowledge Exchange. I think it got cut off in the...
It did get cut off. I was like, for no. Okay, there's something is missing there. Okay.
Yep.
And where are you joining us from, Trish?
I'm in San Francisco.
Joining us from San Francisco. Well, I have to say, Carphil Alliance, we are doing a phenomenal job making sure that we're spanning the entire globe. We've gone Switzerland, Tanzania, Kingston, Jamaica, Suriname, and now we're gone to the West Coast of the USA.
Yeah.
So Trish is passionate about connecting activists around the world, linking resources, brain power, and technology to contribute to sustainable and socially just and productive communities. She's a co-founder and CEO of Awake. As she corrected us, it's the Women's Alliance for Knowledge Exchange. And she leads a global network of women who are driving change from human rights straight through to issues such as environmental justice. So all across the spectrum of issues that come up on the SDG. She brings 25 years of experience in international education, social entrepreneurship, women's empowerment and technology, as well as other aspects as well. And she's designed and implemented high impact, innovative programs across, I think we can say across the world, right, Trish? Once we've covered all the various regions of the world that you've worked, both in working both with NGOs, MNCs, foundations, governments, and tech companies. Mm-hmm. Prior to starting Wake, Trish was the executive director of the Institute of International Education in San Francisco, the IIE, where she founded the IIE's Center for Women's Leadership Initiatives. So that is very interesting, especially in the context of our discussion, but everything, of course, in the context of our discussion. She also was a tech track advisor for Clinton Global Initiative and worked at Cisco Systems, expanding the reach of Cisco Networking Academy program to be more expansive across the world. She's recently co-founded also Future Fund for Education. So a lot in the pipeline. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of excellent synergies between the different parts of the world that we have various people working on initiatives, and especially the FFE work with regards to how that will bring together the African entrepreneurs who are transforming education across the continent. And as she said, she is in beautiful San Francisco, which is we do know is quite an interesting city as well. I also have colleagues to introduce. Deandra Hines, Tech to Empower advisor. I also have Derval Barzi. Derval, I think we had met before, because I'm sure you also were one of these colleagues that we had reached out to for your expertise when we were doing some work with a Caribbean Girls Hack over the years. So Derval is the founder of the Climate Conscious podcast and consultancy. Welcome, Derval, and where are you today?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nicole. So happy to be here. I'm joining you by way of Guyana this morning.
Great. Okay. So as I said, Derval is a founder and host of the Climate Conscious podcast. And now we've shifted to Guyana. And the Climate Conscious podcast is a platform dedicated to enhancing public awareness and amplifying the Caribbean perspective on climate action and sustainable development. So Derval doesn't have a minute that she doesn't have conversations that are sharing with a lot of the expertise of what's happening in this area around the world. She has a background as a sustainable development professional, bringing over a decade of experience in energy and climate, specializing in areas such as environmental impact assessments before the damages have been done, right, Derval? Not calling on you after to try and fix the situation. Risk management systems and sustainable energy policy. She holds an MBA in sustainable energy management. And as well, she also has a BSc in environmental and natural resource management. and agribusiness from the University of the West Indies. She's also played a pivotal role in founding the Caribbean Women for Climate Justice Conference and currently co-leads the Gender Working Group with the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance. So I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about that. She's very active across multiple different cultural activities and reconnecting with nature. So thank you and very welcome to you, Darval, who is joining us from Guyana. And I can see Deandra has been waiting very patiently. Welcome, Deandra.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Thank you. And Deandra is the advisor at Tech to Empower. And where are you joining us today from, Deandra?
From Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, so now we're gone from San Francisco in the US to Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, so Deandra is an entrepreneur and media sales and marketing executive. She has managed Fortune 500 brands with over $75 million a year in her portfolio. Bring some of that this way, okay, Deandra? That's a promise. Over the last 10 plus years, she's practiced servant leadership as a philanthropist and advocate for DEI efforts. And she's worked with organizations like Viacom, BET Networks, organizations like that to help execute events like the annual AIDS Walk, leading fundraising efforts that fight the stigma of people living with AIDS and providing research and other necessary treatments. In 2015, she served as the Policy Council member with the Partnership for Community Action. And from that, she developed and implemented policies and events that would bring awareness and provide solutions for Georgia residents in the US who were lacking proper health care funding and increasing parent involvement. She's remained dedicated and to serving, and she's also showing that by doing that here, joining us today. And in addition to being elected the board VP of NAMIC Atlanta, which she'll tell us a bit about, she also ran for state representative of the Georgia House District. I almost said GA, Deandra, that shows you how long I've been out of the US. House District 90 in a special election in February 2021. She also currently serves as a chair of the CATS Stronger Together Council for Diversity and Inclusion. Welcome to Deandra. And I think we have one final, or I think is it two colleagues that we need to introduce. Oh yes, I am now going to introduce, do I see Lenica? Lenica, hi Lenica.
Hi.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hi, welcome Lenica. Will you be able to join us on camera?
Yes, I am able to.
Okay, so you can see we're doing a highlight. Hi, Lenica, and where are you joining us from?
From Jamaica.
She is also joining us from Jamaica, so we've headed back to the Caribbean. She's the founder of I Aspire Climate Change, and she is a climate change and renewable energy specialist. She's a seasoned natural scientist. What does that mean, Lenica? We're going to find out in the discussions today. She, as a project management professional, she has over 7 years expertise in the areas of science, energy, and education training. And she currently serves as the Director of Energy Systems and Conservation for the government of Jamaica. Some of the initiatives she's been working on there are include policy development, grant writing, strategic management, and looking at issues of improving energy efficiency. In addition to the work that she's been doing, she has worked in Jamaica. She has also been working, giving support to the Commonwealth Secretariat, Broadhaven Management Consulting Firm, the SRC, Scientific Research Council in Jamaica, and University of the West Indies. Her background includes substantial experience in strengthening global advocacy campaigns and facilitating capacity building training for climate leaders across areas such as policy, research, and project management. Welcome to you, Leneka, who is a philanthropist at heart, but you have to correct me, Leneka. Is it Leneka? Leneka. You know the Jamaican accent. I'm always putting the emphasis. What is it?
It's Lenica.
Lenica. Okay, so I got it right the first time then. Thank you very much, Lenica, for joining us as a speaker today. And you're going to be through this platform and this discussion today, continuing to amplify on impacting the lives of youth across Jamaica, but not just across Jamaica. I do think we can clearly say across the Caribbean, right? As a young woman in tech. Welcome. Last but definitely not least, we have Ryan Rollock. Welcome to the floor, Ryan.
Hi, morning.
And where are you joining us from? I know, but I would like you to say.
Beautiful Trinidad and Tobago.
Boy, you see it now. Beautiful San Francisco, beautiful Guyana. Now we have beautiful Trinidad and Tobago. And Ryan is a senior specialist at the National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, otherwise referred to as NEHRST. She is responsible for overseeing the science and technology operations units, including innovation, science education, and international projects. And in that capacity, what she's been working on is fostering partnerships at the Institute, navigating the intersection of innovation, sustainability, academia, research, and strategic alliances. As an environmental practitioner, Ryan has presided over environmental cases involving regulatory violations, environmental disputes, and concerns encompassing land use, which we see a lot that is ongoing on that now. That is actually, I'm sure you can tell us that you've seen a change in that, right, Ryan? Because in the past, a lot of things were probably gone unspoken.
Yes. So I'm here representing NEHRST, of course, this morning, but I'm also a member of the Environmental Commission of Trinidad and Tobago, which is our environmental court in Trinidad and Tobago. And I believe one of the only existing ones in the region. So in that capacity, I would have been on those panels, making decisions on land use cases, appropriate land use cases, etc. and appeals.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Ryan. And this is very much important in terms of bridging technology and environmental sustainability, underscoring the commitment of women across the region and across the world, actually, to address the concerns that we're here to discuss today. So in my role, what I'm going to do is I am going to pose an opening question to our panelists. And one of the opening questions that I am going to pose to you is, how do you think, what are some innovative ways in which technology is currently being used to empower women in climate resilience and mitigation efforts? So I'm going to pose that question, and you can raise your hand so that we can begin to have a bit of a discussion on that. Or if you don't raise your hand, I'll call on you.
Okay, am I able to just show a presentation at this time, though? Is it time for the opening presentation?
I think you can go ahead and do that, Leneka.
Okay. All right. All right, are you seeing the screen?
Do you
Hello,
have
are you
any
able to see
audio
the
there,
screen?
Dolenica? We can see your screen, but do you have audio? I'm hearing some audio in the background. Somebody's speaking.
Oh, hold on.
I'm not sure if your presentation has sound associated with it.
No, it does not have
Okay.
sound. Yeah. All right, so quickly we can discuss the role of technology to elevate climate and entrepreneurial actions for NGOs, women, and girls. So essentially, this all ties into digitalization, which is rapidly transforming our societies, and the fact that we need to be aware of the ways in which those changes can prejudice gender equality instead of enhancing it. And I'll highlight some of the ways that this happens in terms of widening the digital gap that exists. Right? So these gaps are usually rooted in long-standing and persistent stereotypes, which also diminish women's participation and leadership in innovation processes. So what is the problem? So the impacts of climate change, environmental degradation, and disasters are unequally felt across Asia and the Pacific region, even the Caribbean. But I highlighted those regions because essentially climate change in those regions, the way that it looks is cultures being erased because the islands are disappearing, and the threat of sea level rise is much more amplified in these regions because their islands are much smaller and they're usually very flat in nature. So easier for once the sea level rises, it literally covers the entire island and causes massive flooding. Women and marginalized groups have less access to information, resources, finance, and technologies, leaving them with greater challenges in coping and rebuilding after a crisis. Women can be powerful actors in accelerating change, but this requires collective, rapid efforts by government, development partners, private sector financing institutions, civil society groups, and communities. There are certain barriers that exist, such as women's time constraints or time poverty, as they usually refer to it in the international world. This is UN's language. So what that essentially means is that since women are required to take care of the home, prepare the kids for school, ensure that the husband have food to go to work, usually women are not available in the early mornings, in the evenings when they have to pick up the kids from school. And so, their time availability is, their time to even scroll on social media to catch a news item, it's just not there. Access to finance, a lot of women, especially, when you look at cultural beliefs, more rooted in rural areas where women don't usually work, their access to finance is limited. So for them to find the money to purchase a tablet, for them to even, participate or see what's happening in the digital age, that's one of the barriers. And also, if a woman has any kind of money, usually her first priority is, I need to send my kids to school, especially here in the Caribbean. And there's also constraints on women's physical mobility, and that links back to barrier point number one, where they don't necessarily have the time to be going to different places. So even, for example, and I guess I can tie it into the question you asked us to open with, things that have been done. So for example, we've had a number of training programs across the Caribbean to improve digital literacy for women. However, they don't have the time to leave the home to attend these functions. Sometimes they don't even have the devices to attend online. There's still quite a number of women who don't have an email address, for example. How are they going to register for the training programs that exist? And so these are questions that we need to ask. The first being how to create gender transformative innovation ecosystems that attract, train, retain, and promote women in STEM careers and support women's entrepreneurship. The second question is how to ensure that technology, innovation, and digital services respond to the needs of women and girls, including the most marginalized. Third, how to increase protection of specific groups of women that are often targeted online, including women, human rights defenders, women politicians, journalists, and other women in the public eye, because they're often dragged on social media. If you go on Twitter, that's where you see all of what is happening. You always see somebody trending, and sometimes it's not for something good. Fourth, how to promote women and girls as innovators and agents of change in the technological evolution. So possible answers is just for us to start early, promote new types of learning and content to promote technology at primary and secondary levels, and optimize online and virtual learning environments. With COVID-19, we would have all pivoted to doing school online. But unfortunately, in the Caribbean, quite a lot of people would have had to report that this venture would have been largely unsuccessful. There were a lot of students who were unaccounted for because they didn't have the means to attend those online classes. Access. We need to support free, open, and accessible education in digital environments and prioritize the development of excellent quality public digital learning platforms. And that is so important, especially for us to localize spaces like these in the Caribbean and the different regions that we serve. You know, there are a lot of free platforms that exist, but these are usually open to people who are in the States and, you know, largely dominated in that space. And so we need to try to localize it, make it fun, let it be that we're using the language that they can relate to, like the Jamaican patois, and, you know, they want to hear some Caribbean accent. And lastly, tackle IT misconceptions. You know, a lot of times you always say, oh, the boys, them and them going to engineering, or they will be doing information technology, and the girls going to do biology. We need to move away from thinking like that. How do we do it? We need to start a conversation with those involved and those impacted. You cannot create a program for women who... Hello?
I'm just giving you a time check here. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I am. I saw the
It's
message.
just a time check. Okay.
Okay, no problem. So we have to start the conversation with those involved and those impacted. So, you know, the women who have to take care of the kids, ask them what would work for them. You know, how can we get you involved in a program? Provide all the resources needed, provide the necessary access to internet and devices. I wholeheartedly support providing internet access in communities, because a lot of times the women will complain, I don't have the money to get a modem or to pay for the monthly internet services. Let us try to put those infrastructures in place. Million options, provide million options to women and girls and show them how they can use and integrate technology in their projects, provide learning options, training programs, and funding pathways, right? A lot of them cannot access the usual loan infrastructures, but perhaps a grant is something that would be more favorable to them. Follow up continuously, monitoring and evaluating their progress is very much important. As you can imagine, it might be very uncomfortable for them when they're just starting, when they're just trying to learn how to use this technology, how to use the device. Think about introducing it to your grandmother. She would not be bothered, right? So, you know, and then most times we have to try to resensitize them. So thank you so much. Hope I didn't go over my time.
No, thank you very much for that, Laneko. And yes, I see other colleagues are applauding. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I think you spoke a lot about, in terms of sort of some of the gender transformative approaches that need to actually be intentionally indicated and and including in the various initiatives. And that's very important to make sure that we can actually not just be sharing information, but actually be using that information to create new avenues and opportunities across the board for women, so that there is, greater economic empowerment of women. I'm going to now move into asking Trish Tierney, in light of some of the examples that Leneka has given us. Trish, if you can speak a bit to some examples rather within the public-private partnerships space in terms of the work that you've been doing at Wake. I know that you have some initiatives that you are working on Wake with Tech to Empower. So I'll be coming to Deandra to speak immediately after with you, or we can actually be speaking to both of you, but of course you can't both present at the same time. So I'm going to ask you, Trish, if you could speak to some of that in terms of how the public-private partnerships, and if you can think a bit about that also to Deandra, how that would be facilitating some of what Leneka has raised in terms of approaches to the gender transformative, and I think also gender responsive.
Sure. Thanks, Nicole. And thanks, Leneka, for that great presentation.
Oh, hold on one second, Trish. I have to remind all our speakers that we have a time check. So you will see me drop a note in the chat. It doesn't mean that you're going over your time. Leneka did a very good job, raise the bar and set the right tone. So it's 10 minutes that we have for each speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know it's hard to be the timekeeper, so I will pay attention to that. Yeah, I thought what Leneka talked about really aligns with the work that we do at Wake. Our main program is called Tech to Empower, and Deandra is listed there as Tech to Empower advisor because she's worked with us this past year in Nepal. And through Tech to Empower, what we do is connect women in the tech industry in Silicon Valley, as well as more diverse areas. And we get them to leverage their resources and their skills and their time to do impact projects with local NGOs in different regions in the world. So I just came back from Lithuania last week, where we were doing a Tech to Empower program supporting Ukrainian refugees who had resettled to Lithuania due to the war in their own country. And our work really centers the needs and the priorities of the partners with whom we work. So in this case, we ask the Ukrainian women entrepreneurs, what do you need to restart your businesses? What support and skills can we bring to help advance the important work you're doing in your own community, in your own small business? One of the groups we worked with was actually doing some work on migration and the impact of climate change on migration. And so I thought that was such an interesting tie-in. All of these issues are so intersectional. At Wake, we started out talking about women's education and women's rights, and then we quickly broadened to social justice, because you can't talk about women's empowerment without also talking about climate justice, girls' education, economic empowerment. It's all connected. And so on the migration example, we were working with this organization that tracks climate justice induced migration. So not just war induced, but the United Nations estimates that 24 million people were displaced last year due to climate related disasters. So these things are really connected, and that organization that we were working with, we matched them up with tech advisors like Deandra wasn't on that trip, but other advisors like her who had the skills needed to do projects that the organization wanted. And they were looking to create a better database so that they could have better organization, better efficient use of the data that they were collecting. So, I mean, really, our work is not unlike many of the topics that Leneka said, which is getting more resources, getting more women and girls into STEM. And then also there's a huge importance of role modeling. So if young women, young girls don't see themselves in the leaders that they come in touch with or that they follow on social media, if they're all men, they don't think about themselves as having that opportunity. And so we do a lot of connecting young women with role models like Deandra. And we also find that it's really important for our advisors to learn about the local context in which we work. So we center our work on mutual learning and mutual empowerment. These women that we bring to different regions are living in Silicon Valley, Atlanta, New York, London, but they need to get out of their own tech bubble and see how are women and girls using technology in their work? How are they impacted by it? So we're so excited to be bringing Tech to Empower to Trinidad and Tobago in March 2024. And we want to help partner, support the local orgs that we'll work with. But just as important, we want the tech women that are coming on this trip to learn what are the priorities of the Caribbean women and girls, and then they can take what they learn back to their companies where they are leading innovations, they're creating new technologies, and they need to have in mind how it can be used to support Caribbean priorities and to support the women and girls that they meet. Because if you're just creating technology in your cubicle in Silicon Valley, then you're creating technology for what you already know. And so part of our work is to expand their perspectives and also to bring more ambassadors for the work of the local organizations so that we are bringing new allies into this movement. And I want to cede some of my time over to Deandra so she can talk about her experience and how she's contributing to this kind of change.
Yes, I'm very keen to hear from you, Deandra, exactly the kind of initiatives that you'll be doing with Tech to Empower. Thank you for that, Trish. I think, one thing that I want to reinforce, right, as a over 25 years development practitioner is that I think we see, and I'm saying this because I've been guilty of it, right? As that we develop initiatives, we develop programs for implementation, thinking that based on research, right, that we have a good grasp of where there's going to be best buy-in, how best we can ensure take-up. I can tell you one example, for instance, that I had when we were delivering the Caribbean Girls Hackathon in some of the various Caribbean countries. This is with young girls who were from the ages of 18 to, let's say, 25, right? So maybe senior high school and university. And I'm saying, let's get it powered and and then I stopped and thought, oh, wait, I'm the one that's saying that. Why don't I stop talking and hear what they want to say, what their issues are, right, Deandra? So I think it's so critical that not only do we have opportunities to actually go into the field, but actually in terms of creating the initiatives. I'm hearing Leneka talk about, listen to what it is, the kinds of solutions the women are saying, like, no, I'm not comfortable using a smartphone. So Deandra, I am really excited to hear some of the work that Tech to Empower has been doing and what you will be doing with that mission to Trinidad and Tobago, which is only meaning that you're going to be doing this for the entire Caribbean. So thank you. Over to you, Deandra.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate your focus on, financing and gender equity and partnerships. Especially as it relates to climate action. As an advisor in Tech to Empower, I went to Nepal, Kathmandu, Nepal. We were able to touch on all of these subjects. So I partnered with an organization called Orange Butterflies. As far as financing, they finance the education and business startups of women in Kathmandu. Nepal in order to promote independence and gender equity. The company also uses sustainability, which addresses climate control. For example, they make purses and makeup bags, so on, things that are made from banana skins. So they are preventing waste and creating something beautiful while empowering women, which is very important to me. For those of us that are immigrants or first generation American like myself, my mother's from Trinidad, my father's from Jamaica. We understand how powerful it is to be able to turn our talents into income, but going back to what Linneka mentioned about the digital divide, and then also, using partnerships. Trish worked closely with the Asia Foundation while we were in Kathmandu, Nepal. And one of the most important events that they helped to organize for me was connecting with the legislators and ambassadors from the UK, from the US, and Nepal to discuss legislation needed to empower women and female entrepreneurs. I think that we sometimes, in our efforts to raise funds for our organizations, forget how powerful it is to connect with our legislators. So as Linneka mentioned about Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean, where there's a digital divide, the people in Nepal also have that digital divide, where many don't have access, or the access to those digital aspects are very limited. Even as it relates to access to banking and certain technologies that will allow their businesses and their businesses' messaging to be spread and scaled on global platforms. Things that we try to present to their businesses, apps that we try to present to their businesses in order to scale, they were unable to do so. So it was very important for us to be able to hear what the legislators were planning to do and how people from the UK, US, and Nepal were able to come together to create plans on helping to bridge that gap of the digital divide. And as far as myself and the other advisors, we were happy to sit down and really dissect the businesses of our partners that we worked with in Kathmandu, and then help them to, assess the challenges, the opportunities that exist, and how we can help them implement that. It definitely was a one of the most empowering trips for myself as well, as a servant leader. It always makes me feel full to give back. And as I said, I'm first generation American. I come from a long line of entrepreneurs. Music is in my blood. But as far as my own success in corporate America, I know that has been attributed to the mentors, the women that were reaching out to me, and the sponsors, women that were, willing to teach me how to navigate through corporate politics. So it's always important for me to be able to do that for someone else. If I can, I've had to carve my own path, but if I can make the path easier for someone else, then that is what I want to do.
Thank you very much for that, Deandra. And what this discussion is doing is highlighting, and I think highlighting and really getting to the practical aspects of what we refer to as DEI, right? That diversity and inclusion is not a check the box. It's one where we actually are looking for those gender transformative activities to actually translate both down in terms of generationally and across in terms of making sure that we're including Indigenous women, which is one of the groups that we have across the Caribbean region, to make sure that we're reaching women at various levels in terms of their actually, whether they're in the formal or informal sector. Some initiatives that we know of that I'll speak about also, are initiatives that have been underway with the IDB, Inter-American Development Bank, and other partners within the Caribbean region. And I'll speak a little bit more about that when we get into speaking with our colleagues on the entrepreneurial side. But Trish and Deandra, thank you very much for that. It's really important, I'm sure, that you will have a lot of information in terms of mapping before you, Anthea knows that I'm very committed to supporting and engaging you in terms of mapping the partners, right? Both whether those are public or private sector, and of course, civil society, NGO partners across the Caribbean and in Trinidad that are very active, such as one of those that we've worked with very closely is Google Women Tech Makers, also DEI Caribbean, you know, and that kind of thing, Women in Tech Caribbean that has young women from all over the Caribbean that are placed in different places around the world. So I'm sure that that group will be one that you will be reaching out to. But anything that you want to share just as a final word, because you actually did condense the time that you both had, Trish and Deandra, so thanks. But do you want to share a bit in terms of some of who your partners that you've spoken with already will be? Because I know some of those that I mentioned will be others you'll be looking at also too.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. I did want to, before closing, I wanted to say that I should have said this in the beginning, but Caraphil is our strategic partner for Tech to Empower Caribbean. So we're very excited to be collaborating with Caraphil. And so Anthea and her team are some of the voices that we are listening to as we design the program and customize it for the Caribbean. And also, I'm excited about the fact that this is a regional program. So it will be held in Port of Spain, but the application for NGOs to participate and partner with us is going out to selected Caraphil members. So we intend to have participation from multiple countries in the region. And one of the goals of the region is to share information and to build community and connect, because so many people are working on these issues. Even everyone on this panel, we're all united by these issues. We all care deeply about them, but we don't, you know, your forum is a great example of bringing people together to share. And so often we're just very busy, head down, doing our own thing. And so it's so nice to have this opportunity to learn about what others are doing. And we hope that in March, when we come together, we'll be learning together with people from multiple different countries. And in terms of, so Caraphil's our main partner, but then we're also potentially going to work with a university in Trinidad and Tobago. We're looking into different options to do some work with youth leadership, with young women. And then on the corporate side, we're we reach out to our global network of tech companies, which includes Google, Salesforce, Microsoft, Accenture, large companies like that, as well as smaller companies and individual entrepreneurs.
Excellent, excellent. Because of course, the reason why I mentioned in terms of the mapping also too, right? So it's the same idea again, in terms of us really hearing from the field, what's actually, who's out there and who is doing what. This discussion is one for actually doing that. But, you know, like something that's very exciting that's happened recently is that we now have Anita B, which I know, I'm sure most people here know of the Anita B organization. That is an American organization, I think is the correct thing to say, that focuses on building young women's tech skills and connecting them with the industry and that kind of thing. And we now have an Anita B Caribbean.
Oh, that's so exciting. I didn't know that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. New, hot off the presses. So this is why we want to make sure that, of course, from the mapping and all of that kind of thing. And, you know, as I said, thank you very much for reinforcing that partnership with Caraphil. Okay, so I think we've used efficiently our time. Thank you very much again, Deandra. And as you said, you know, it's something that we always say we can't be, but we can't see. And so that's why it's so, so important for us to make sure that when the young women across the region, across the world are looking out, that they see relatable faces, that they're hearing from relatable genders, that, you know, really open the door and open that opportunity for them. I've been in a Google Developers Group meeting at one of the universities in Jamaica, and I, just as an observer, was one of 7 females out of 78 persons in attendance, you know? So these are some of the challenges that our students in the Caribbean are facing when they are saying, you know, okay, am I really going to be able to get it? I know I'm studying this because I enjoy it, but am I really going to get an opportunity to excel and really to be able to move up and to contribute to what's going on in the industry? So I am going to shift our conversation now and invite Ryan from Neahurst to join the discussion and to speak with us. Okay, here she comes. Thank you, Ryan. Speak with us in terms of some of the various initiatives that you're doing at Neahurst and how technology is facilitating the knowledge sharing, capacity building work that Neahurst has been doing. And I am going to, I think you have,
I do have a presentation. I think I can share on my
yes,
end and take you through.
No, I was just going to say that I think you have access to be able to start your presentation, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
I think so. So
okay.
Let me make sure everyone can see the screen. Okay, everyone can see my screen?
Yep, good to go.
Yep. Okay, great. So again, good morning, everyone. My name is Rianne Rollock, Senior Specialist at Neahurst, as mentioned. Today, I'm excited to share insights on the crucial topic of women in climate, tech, and entrepreneurship, leveraging technology for action in the Caribbean. So these are some of the items I'd like to discuss briefly this morning. Of course, I know we'll discuss more as we go along in the panel discussion. I think, you know, most people do know what climate change is, but I feel like how I might describe it is like our planet is in this slow motion dance of temperature changes and weather patterns, and the dance is being pushed off course by human activities, people burning fossil fuels and chopping down trees. And this sort of meddling is causing a ripple effect on the environment, society, and economy. And just have this quote from Barack Obama, where he states that we are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and the last generation that can do something about it. So we really want to focus on that and empowering our women and girls and NGOs to have the appropriate actions in response. Also to do mitigation work as well. So women as climate action drivers, and I just want to credit the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, who kind of collated this data. And they identified a number of studies that show when women are in leadership positions in companies, governance, and society at large, CO2 emissions decrease and climate action increases. And just to highlight a few of these studies, the research article in the journal Sustainable Development, titled "Does Women's Political Empowerment Matter for Improving the Environment?" Showed that a 1-point increase in a country's score on the Women's Political Empowerment Index results in an average 11.5% drop in that country's CO2 emissions. And another study I just wanted to highlight is a study titled "Gender and Climate Change: Do Female Parliamentarians Make a Difference?" And this one was in the European Journal of Political Economy, that found female representation in national parliaments across 91 countries correlates with more stringent climate change policies and lower carbon emissions. And just to, you know, bring it back home, that first study actually that I mentioned did survey, and sometimes we don't get the perspective of the global south, but I was happy to see that in that study they did highlight about 46 countries of over 100 countries that they looked at for that women's political empowerment index. 46 of those were from the global south. So it gives us an idea of just 1% in 1 point increase in that index showed a 11.5% decrease in carbon emissions in countries. So leveraging technology for action. Top technology, of course, serves as an invaluable asset in the fight against climate change and for sustainable development. By leveraging innovative solutions, women and girls are at the forefront of transforming communities across the world. Women are at the forefront of solutions and advocacy in areas like forest and biodiversity protection, renewable energy advances, fossil fuel resistance, climate policy, new economies, and water protection. They use tech to monitor environmental changes, optimize resource management, and champion sustainable practices, significantly amplifying their impact in building a more resilient and sustainable future. And it just had some, little graphics on some sustainable tech here. And how can we do this? So in empowering women and girls with the necessary technological tools and resources, we are not only nurturing a generation of environmentally conscious leaders, but also paving the way for a more inclusive and sustainable society. By promoting education, mentorship, and access to cutting-edge technologies, we can foster an ecosystem where innovative ideas thrive and where every individual, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to the global fight against climate change. NIHIST specifically has supported the capacity building of women and girls through various initiatives. Through our rainwater harvesting program, we were able to support and train members of communities with a focus on women through collaboration with women's groups in the installation, operation, and maintenance of rainwater harvesting systems. We hope to expand this program to more locations and communities in the upcoming year. We also offer innovation and entrepreneurship clinics and access to prototype development and digital fabrication techniques and equipment to bring ideas to life, among other services offered by the Institute, with many more sustainable tech initiatives in the pipeline. And this is so important because persons, women, girls have ideas, but they don't necessarily have the available tools and resources to bring those ideas to reality. So the availability of state-of-the-art equipment at institutions like NIHIST and through our programming, which we offer to everyone at very minimal cost, is so important to be able to get those ideas off the ground, get those businesses off the ground, that sort of thing. So we're very happy to be in that space and to be able to be in the ecosystem in that space to assist our innovators, our entrepreneurs that way. So, said it was very brief. So, I'm at the end of my presentation. Of course, we could talk more about things that I've discussed here today. But in conclusion, I want to stress that we embrace the transformative power of technology as a driving force behind empowering women and girls, climate resilience, and sustainable entrepreneurship action. Together, we can forge a path toward a more sustainable future, one that empowers every individual to be an agent of positive change. So I'm so very happy to see all of the organizations represented here today, and that nugget of information about Tech to Empower coming to Trinidad and Tobago as well, because I can see, through our networks, etc., how we can have a lasting impact and actually address the concerns of women and girls in climate and tech. So thanks again, everyone. I'm happy to be here, and any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much for that, Ryan. And in your presentation, we heard about the actions that women have been taking, whether those are young women, girls, in different contexts, and I'm so happy that you highlighted one of the things that really is getting a lot of my attention and focus now, because my belief is that we have two avenues, Anushka knows this already, right? For women's economic empowerment. It really comes down to access to technology, use and application of technology, and access to finance. That needs to be access to finance that is relevant and can help to finance some of the initiatives that you spoke about there, right? So we don't always want to be in a situation, or rather I should rephrase that to say that in addition to access to grant financing, that would be able to open the door through initiatives like Compete Caribbean or Inter-American Development IDB Lab, or other, initiatives that some of the various international and regional actors have been doing. We also need to have a paradigm shift to say that what we're really moving towards is that we have to have viable income earning solutions. So even in the situation where, let's say, it's cleanup of plastics, right? Let me give another example. That I recently, just yesterday, was reading about. Two young women in West Africa looked at an issue and said, okay, we have a lot of tires that are thrown down from trucks that are doing, traveling, or vehicles that are traveling. What can we do in terms of a business idea? So their business idea that they actually came up with in Iran was one where they said, okay, we know what we're going to do. We're going to create what we call pellets, right? Pellets out of the tires. And we're going to use those pellets in different contexts, right? And different applications. And because they didn't have the resources initially to do it, they actually used a meat grinder, which worked. They used a meat grinder to grind the tires. And then they said that when they got the first grant, they actually bought 19 meat grinders, and then of course a meat grinder is not intended to grind tires, right? So because of the work that they were doing, and actually when they had the 19 meat grinders, they were then able to take on staff. They were selling the pellets in different places and that kind of thing. And this is what then got them to the space of not traditional financing, but alternative financing, right? That recognized here is a very viable business operation that is now like over 100 something people are actually working there. So what is critical that I'm so happy that you touched on, Ryan, is the importance of having the financing behind a lot of the initiatives that you put forward in terms of capturing, whether that is rainwater, different types of approaches. Everything don't have to be massive, in terms of scale. But like is that example of these young women, you can start off at a smaller scale and you grow. And I think that we see with the work that Niehurst has been doing, that you are not just staying over in education or over in research, right?
Correct. Niehurst is definitely, yes, science education and the awareness and popularization of these issues is a key part of what we do, but we try to offer tools and introduce skill sets that persons can use to elevate their ideas, elevate their businesses, etc. We're focused on things in STEM, innovation, that sort of thing. But the tools can be used across the board. So it's so important to making sure persons can access the information that they need. And also, I know for a lot of financiers, a concern is whether their grant funding is the only way that would sustain that business, right? How are you making it sustainable beyond, if it is a year of funding that you receive, how are you taking it beyond if you don't have the grant funding as well? So we do need to introduce this concept to, our persons that have the opportunities, but understanding that, we need to take it a step further and not only depend on grant funding. Yes, it will help us to get our feet off the ground and get the business off the ground, but how do we make it sustainable? How do we go past when we don't get grant funding anymore, that sort of thing. So it's a challenge for every business, including at NEHRS, how do we, make things sustainable and make our access to equipment sustainable without, pricing out persons that we really want to get these tools to, and this equipment, etc. to, these resources to. But so there's a balance that needs to be brought there in terms of financing and making your idea attractive enough so that persons aren't feeling like, oh, okay, if I pull my financing after a year, this idea is not going to continue. So just wanted to share that as well.
Yes, and thank you very much for reinforcing that, Ryan. And it comes back to the mindset and the understanding in terms of the business viability, right? So and it definitely also creates a paradigm shift in the innovator's mind that we might say in Jamaica, we're doing a little thing, right, Leneka? So we need to be doing more than doing a little thing. We need to be actually having that commitment behind what we're doing. I want to invite Anuska now to speak in terms of the work that she has been doing at Creative Tech Hub and how she's sitting in that space between entrepreneurship and the tech solutions that they've created, the work that you've been doing, very much so looking at a lot of the support that you gave to us on the whole area of developing mobile technology and internet access tools and that kind of thing, but just overall in terms of how the tech-driven solutions that some of your innovators within Caribbean Tech Hub, how those have been able to be game changers for economic empowerment of women. And of course, where possible in terms of climate resilient industries. If you could speak to that. Welcome to the floor, Anuska, and you have your 10 minutes. I've just eaten one of it.
That's totally fine. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, if you listen to all the speakers before me, you will hear about, all the things that are needed and how important climate change is and what is already happening in this space from a philanthropic point of view, but also from NGOs, etc. But I think climate change and addressing all the responsibilities that come with that is also a private sector responsibility. So corporates, private sector companies, they have to take the responsibility and they have to take the lead in exploring and implementing and developing solutions. May that be technological solutions, but also societal and economic solutions for tackling climate change and all the things that come with that, like the spin-offs of climate change. If you look at what we are doing at this moment, there's a lot of talent development programs, and I will dive into that somewhat later. What I want to share now is a technology project that we are supporting to develop technology for biodiversity conservation. So conservation of the biodiversity that we are so well known for as Suriname, but also the rest of the Caribbean. If you want to conserve that, you have to take certain actions. And yes, with Raspberry Pis, but also with AI tools and other, let's say, technology, you can create a lot of tools that are helping us. And at this specific moment, Suriname is in the lift with the oil discoveries that are being made, oil and gas discoveries. So the energy sector is really looking into doing a lot of investments. They have already started with investments in building ports, offshore platforms, onshore platforms, but it's a complete ecosystem that is going to disrupt our waters and the fish, the flora and fauna that is there. So we are exploring this tool that will help us to make an inventory of which fishes, dolphins, all types of fishes are in our waters in terms of also the numbers, and how can we see if the developments around the energy, oil, and gas sector are implementing the amount of fishes that were there. Because there is a recent example where there was a port or some exploration happening, and the marine biologists claimed that the fishes diminished or they became less. But because they don't have the numbers, they cannot make a case. So what we're doing now is before any port is built, we want to have these solutions. So the marine biologists have the technology which they can uh, measure and create data, have all these reports on what type of fishes are there, what type of measurements do we need to take in order to protect these, and how can we actually sustain this part of our ecosystem as well. Yes, it's in the exploration and research phase, but we recently, last Sunday, did a tour in the Surinamese waters, and I can say that the project is really successful, and we're looking at how we can upscale that further. Besides that, there are also several hackathons and hackomations happening in Suriname, where students get to explore how you can use technology for sustainable development, and with regards to the SDGs also. And what we see that there is not enough human capital that is skilled to develop solutions that fit our reality. So most of the tech solutions that are out there are for the larger corporates and the larger countries, and with let's say very large budgets, which we usually don't have in the Caribbean. So what we need to do is create solutions that fit our reality and our budget, but also are very good in regards to how can we grow those solutions further. So not just implement something, but implement it, manage it, and also make it better so we can sustain. So talent development is very important because we don't have the human capital. We need to have talent development programs where we can educate people how to create these solutions. And yes, that's why I supported the Caribbean Girls Hack initiatives, but also this in Suriname, some of the initiatives with robotics, etc. And all other programs. And what our talent development programs are doing is we're teaching the students, the participants, how to use technology for community development, for social projects, but also for climate change projects. So we have fintech, but also climate tech development programs. And how do you create software or solutions that fit our reality, but also address these topics. There are also talent development programs that help us to raise awareness and to cultivate the leaders that we need who have a better understanding of climate change, a better understanding of the impact of technology on climate change, but also how can technology help us to achieve the sustainable development goals in an accelerated way. Because there are 6 of the SDGs that if you implement technology in these, you can easily reach to the targets of the sustainable development goals. It makes it easier and as it makes it more efficient. And how can we use technology in other sectors to make them more resilient to all the changes that are happening, especially agriculture, anything that has to do with food production in our ecosystem needs to be sustained, but also where we protect vulnerable groups, women, but also students and other minorities, yeah, young people. So I think that the focus should also be on what is the private sector doing in order to sustain these type of projects, and not just having a small CSR budget and donating and sponsoring, but taking the responsibility, like we are saying, we are adopting all these programs that are a little bit in line with what our purpose in life is, and how we can organize more talent development programs. So I think taking the responsibility from every company is important, and supporting these projects in a sustainable way, like having a monthly budget goes into talent development programs to educate the talents that are needed for us to sustain our planet, to sustain our climate, to work on a sustainable development of our communities, and a very good, let's say, structure and strategy in how we're creating more talented people in the Caribbean and, in all these areas to make sure that we protect what we have and we grow further with us. So I think that is my, I'm not filling the 10 minutes, but I hope that's better because now we can have a discussion and see how we can have more leadership in this whole area of protecting our planet.
Well, one of the things also, though, Anushka, if you can speak to a bit in terms of some of those various initiatives that, either the innovators that you have been doing work with through your platform, through Caribbean Tech, how they have been able to, or you've been able to use and take different approaches in terms of what I was saying, how are they able to get those technology driven solutions before, in front of beyond the donor agencies, right? In front of various financiers or the various kinds of contexts so that their ideas can get funded. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
Sure. So going beyond the donor organizations is a big challenge. And it's not just in the Caribbean, but also in other parts of the world where I could look at. Like I was mentoring a group in South Africa from the university, and I was mentoring them. And what happens is that, you're at a certain level, and then you learn some of the technology, you learn some of the leadership skills, but also the pitching skills, the STEM skills in general, but also digital skills. And then they get to a certain level of where the project is launched. But then if you want to take it larger, you need more skills. And cultivating skills doesn't just take time and expertise, but it also asks for some budget. And there is usually not enough budget or not budget allocated for talent development, for training, for education, specific for groups that are already working on the projects. It's usually general skills building, general capacity building projects, but not specific on how do we go from stage 1 to stage 2 to stage 3. So accelerators or incubators that are really focused on these projects, those are the things that we lack in our ecosystem. And that's why we will always say access to funding, but it's not just seed funding, it's also funding to fund the programs because it takes a lot of time, effort, expertise, etc. to create all these people. And what also happens is that once you're in this space and you have all your setbacks, people get demotivated, and then they will do something traditional where they know that, okay, if I do that job, I can still pay my bills at the end of the month. So why would I go in a job or in a sector that is not so well developed and still struggling? And I cannot be struggling also always because I have to start a family. I have to. So those things are happening in this space. So what you see is that everyone comes to a certain level, and after that, it's quite challenging. And what we are focusing on is how will we get them from this level to the next into where they can be this according to the standards of the larger corporations or other corporations who are looking for similar projects. And that's why I said the corporates have a responsibility to know that you cannot wait for them to become better and then you will invest. You have to invest in them to become better. So we will need to create those funding solutions for everything that is already happening to become better, but also to create funding, to have funding for research and development. I think what we are not doing enough is research and development specific for tech in climate change projects. There is no funding program for that. There is no talent development program for that in the Caribbean. There is no any let's say initiative that says, oh, we're gonna pave the way forward for how can we implement tech in climate change projects, and how can we boost the climate tech projects. Yes, we are looking at
Right.
fintech, but nobody really understands it, so we just go with bitcoins or whatever coins we could find, and some of blockchain, and yes, we jump on things like NFTs and
Yeah.
VR, but we forget that all of that is only possible if we sustain our climate. So why not invest in climate tech and develop from there? So yeah, that
Thank
is the
you.
challenge in most of the programs.
That's no, those are some very pointed, directions and indications, Anushka, and this is what we really want to use this session to do. I'm going to hand over to Anthea, who is going to moderate for our other speakers that we are anxiously waiting to hear from as well. And but I'll be here in the background. Thank you. Back over to you, Anthea.
Thank you so much. And Anushka, you've really shared points that, that what this event is all about, which is to figure out how do we get funding where we can actually support climate change solutions. And so, what it means to me when I hear all of you talk is that, we have this this particular session of women. And what it speaks to is that, when we are sitting around the table, we come up with very pointed solutions, different way of thinking about how we resolve the issues around climate change. And really do appreciate when you talked about creating funding for research and development. And I just think it's just a very new space. And usually we just go where we're comfortable and what we understand. And so what we have to do is sort of set the stage to, to our prospective funders to say, this is what we need. Here is what we need to make funding available to us, but they need the specifics. So I definitely see you, Anushka, and this team sort of helping us to put the specifics down on paper so they can understand what type of funding is needed to move climate solutions forward. So thank you so much for that. So I know we're going to our entrepreneurial group. We have Derval, and we have Mabongo, and we have another speaker as well. So I'm going to ask Derval Barzi. I know that you have a presentation. You said that you wanted to share with us. So go right ahead, share it, and we're going to respond to what you present.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Anthea, and to my fellow panelists. So building on what was shared earlier in this session, I'll be sharing a bit about my journey with the Climate Conscious podcast and consultancy, and tying it in to the discussion around climate and women in tech. So these are the 3 key points I want to touch on in my presentation today: passion and expertise, networking and collaboration, creativity, and resilience. So as Nicole alluded to in my introduction, my background is in environmental risk management, and I have a particular interest in climate action and sustainable development. And I founded the Climate Conscious podcast to really close a gap that I observed. I observed that the discussion around climate change and sustainable development was dominated by the views of what we call the global north, or the developed world, and the lived experiences of small island developing states like the Caribbean was not really being centered in the mainstream. I also recognize that if you were outside of this space professionally, the average citizen wasn't really tuned in to what is happening and able to readily make the connection between their day-to-day lives and livelihoods and, this climate crisis that was unfolding. Yes, some persons were being directly impacted by certain things such as flooding and hurricanes, but in general, I felt like, there was a disconnect between the academics, the experts, the scientists, and the average citizen going about their lives. So I launched the Climate Conscious podcast in April 2020 on Earth Day to try and close that gap. And it's an interview podcast where we have discussions around any of the themes that fall within climate action or sustainable development, which is very broad, and that gives a lot of space, a lot of scope to really unpack the issues. And I make it a point of not only highlighting the issues, but really focusing on solutions. And through non-technical, I like to call it non-technical or relaxed conversations, we're able to introduce listeners, introduce the audience to the issues of climate and sustainability, but also to highlight what is being done, especially what is being done in the region, some of the solutions that are being developed by, homegrown solutions being developed by persons in the Caribbean and the diaspora, and also in other regions, but those solutions that are relevant to the Caribbean. So on the podcast, as I said, we don't only highlight the issues, but it's our mission to promote solutions. And, it's almost impossible to just focus on climate justice without also including gender justice. It's often said that climate change is not gender neutral. So you can call it natural progression. I started off with a focus on climate action, but it quickly progressed into climate justice, recognizing that the climate crisis is a justice issue, a human rights issue. And I use the platform to not only show women as victims, because they are not just victims, but as the quote says, women are also powerful agents of change. So the other aspect that I wanted to highlight is, in doing this work, it is really built on partnerships. It's really built on building community, building networks, and collaborating. So I've been able to amplify the voices of professionals in the field, entrepreneurs, academics, experts, activists, and highlight local knowledge and homegrown solutions. And what pops up in mostly, I would say all of the conversations, is intersectionality, and putting on an intersectional lens when we look at climate and the way that the different identities as Caribbean women, maybe as Caribbean women from rural areas versus Caribbean women from urban areas, issues of race and class, and how all of these things intersect, and why all of these things need to be factored in when we are developing climate solutions. And that's where innovation comes in. How can we innovatively address these issues? Because if we miss these layers and these intersecting identities, the solutions that we put forward will be ineffective. So we don't only interview women, but I'm happy to use my platform to create visibility for women who are operating in this space, who are leading change from the ground up and even from the top down. So this is just a snapshot of some of the women that have been featured on the podcast or are part of the network that has been developed around the podcast. It has evolved to play a major role in climate and gender advocacy in the region. And we continue to partner with different persons to engage in public education. To me, the first step to effective action is awareness. helping persons make that connections and to understand that climate action, climate justice is not just for the scientist or the academic, it's for the person in agriculture, it's for the person who's a corporate leader, it's for the teacher. Everyone has a role to play if we are to shape a resilient Caribbean. So a big part of this work is engaging in alliance building as well as agenda setting to promote gender sensitive climate action. So this just shows some of what I've been doing over the past 3 years of launching the Climate Conscious podcast. And, what started off as a creative outlet has evolved into, I would say it has a life of its own, but it has evolved into something that I think straddles, my passion and my expertise. And some may even refer to it as the ikigai, where you found your sweet spot where you're able to add value, but you're also able to generate value from what you do. So I continue to work on making this venture sustainable and also resilient in itself. So as part of the work and through, again, partnerships and collaboration, we've held 2 editions of the Caribbean Women for Climate Justice Conference. And the one that we held this year in April, it marks the anniversary of the Climate Conscious podcast. So the second one was for our 3rd anniversary in April around Earth Day. And this in itself has grown. We have seen increasing interest of persons in learning about climate justice and gender justice. And a big part of it is also to, one, build an alliance, but also to engage in capacity development. So we did hold 2 workshops as part of the virtual conference this year. And as you can see, we're tackling it from both sides in terms of the technical and the non-technical approaches to advocacy. So we had a workshop on data because we want to engage in data-informed advocacy. And then looking at climate justice through photojournalism and allowing that creative side to also be used in our advocacy work. So I'm also engaged with, as I mentioned, alliance building. I currently co-lead the gender working group of the Caribbean Climate Justice Alliance, which was initiated by Canary. And we've been working on developing a collective advocacy agenda that would work on advancing climate and gender justice in the Caribbean region. So we're in the stages of finalizing that agenda, but there are certain actions that we are getting ready to move on. And this group, it's a working group, so we have pulled together stakeholders from throughout the region who are already involved in climate and gender work, either through an NGO or some other entity, or even as an individual with an interest. And as you can see, these are the 4 priority areas that we intend to act on regionally. Definitely increasing awareness and establishing those linkages to climate and gender justice. There are many environmental groups, but they may not have the expertise in gender, and vice versa. There are many gender groups who may not be as versed in climate. And then we can also learn from each other because the gender movement has been around for quite some time in the region, and there can definitely be synergies between advocacy and activism for climate and gender in the Caribbean. Then we want to ensure that our policies are gender sensitive. Essentially, all of this work is to help persons put on a gender lens so that when we make policies, when we implement solutions, we take into consideration, the various experiences, the various needs. And a good example of this is let's say we're developing disaster relief shelters, because we know the region is often faced with hurricanes, and these are happening at an increasing frequency and increasing intensity. So do these disaster response measures and mechanisms cater to the needs of women and girls? Do they cater to their reproductive needs? Do they cater for pregnant women? So this is just one example of why we need gender sensitive climate action, and where our advocacy and activism can enhance the region's response.
Thank you. And I have Rika Richards. You want to just come on board and just say a few words before you leave? Is that possible?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, great. All right. So I'm not stopping you, Derval. I'm just saying that Rika wants to just want to say a few words before she moves on. And we'll come back to your presentation, which really speaks volumes in terms of that we need a platform so that our voices can be heard across the region. And I'll ask the group to talk about how we can get connected to your platform and the type of messages that we need to share. So thank you so much, Derval and Rika. Please go on the floor.
Yeah, so firstly, I want to just kind of give a kudos to everybody tackling climate action from different angles. I'm primarily here as an educator, and so it's nice to see what's happening on a more macro level, just in terms of the network and all that we're doing collectively. It's refreshing, you know? But yeah, so what I do is now again in Kingston, Jamaica, and I teach primarily computer science is my method for bringing climate action into the classroom. And as mentioned earlier, sometimes that's an actual classroom, sometimes it's a surf camp or a skate park. And then the ages of children that I work, or students that I work with, are as young as 4-year-old toddlers to teenagers and young adults, sometimes even parents. And yeah, what I've learned and the way that I approach climate action when it comes to STEAM education, using video game design to get kids thinking about what they can do and how they can get the message out about ways that we can care for our environment and why that's important. And I think that is crucial because it's really difficult to change the minds of big people, of adults, you know? But if you can instill certain things in a child from their young, they take that home and they kind of pressure their older siblings and their parents, and then they grow up ideally to become people who have it on the forefront of their mind like we do. And so that's my approach to tackling all of this. And yeah, I'm again, just really inspired. I've actually been listening through the presentations and thinking about ways that I can like share some of the work that you all do with some of my teenage students so they can expand their horizons in terms of, you know, it doesn't have to just be a science project one-off where you're approaching a potential solution to climate change, you know, like you can actually get involved at higher levels. So please continue doing the amazing work that you all are doing. I'm sorry that I have to run, but I do give thanks for being able to share this space with you all this morning.
Thank you so much, Rika. And then, you know, you're a real life teacher right here. And all of us have been sharing the importance of starting early. I think our first presentation and our first presenter said the solution is that we have to start early. We have to get our young girls involved from the very, very beginning. So what you have here are practitioners who want to get to know and connect to the young people. You've heard just about our podcaster who talks about the importance of information and awareness. And it is about sharing the awareness with parents who are the connectors to our children. So, you know, all of this links together really well. Thank you, Rika, for being here, and you will be hearing from us very, very shortly. But we want to know about the experiences also, like the challenges that you're having on the ground with young kids in that space in terms of how they're thinking, how they're experiencing science. So we wanted to talk to you a little bit more about that, because that's a big issue in terms of how we translate science in the classroom to our young people so they can hear it, and particularly our young girls in the space. And I think in different parts of the Caribbean, girls are taught differently in terms of how science can make a difference in their lives. And so we'll talk to you some more, Rika, about that in terms of the work that you're doing. In this space. But thank you so much. We also have, not last but least, someone who is quite special in the group. And this is Diane Magongo. And I know make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly. But Diane, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. This is not a newcomer, might be a newcomer to the group, but not a newcomer to the world. Diane, I think we met very recently in New York City, where she was given many accolades for her work in entrepreneurship and is recognized as a woman trailblazer, global woman entrepreneur who's doing amazing work. She's a testimony to connecting science and entrepreneurship and making a difference in her communities in Tanzania. And we would love for her to just talk about how you put it all together. And, you have a major staff of different types of individuals, not just women, but people that come from different scientific spaces, and also young people who are in the communities making a difference. So talk to us a little bit about your program, share it with our Caribbean partners. It's here so that we can understand what you do and how we can take lessons from you. And what works there, maybe we can bring it here to the Caribbean. So.
No problem. And thank you for having me. It's truly a great honor to be here. And please do not mind the toddler invention anytime. Please do accommodate them. So my name is Ms. Diana Mbogo, and yes. So my name is Ms. Diana Mbogo, and I am the founder and managing director for Millennium Engineers Enterprises Limited. I remember back then when I started off, that's about 7 years. We've just celebrated our 7th year anniversary. And I was only 22 and just during my 4th year academic year in university. We were assigned a project as a young person. Tanzania is one of the countries that faces a lot of blackouts, but also the country is also not highly electrified as well. But having been a city girl, I really didn't have that experience of not living with electricity full time. But through that project that I was exposed to hands-on experience in terms of engineering, I was able to understand the socio-economic problems, not just women, but communities face, and the climate injustice that is currently happening. And that led to the foundation of Millennium Engineers. We discover untapped energy poverty markets across different industries and value chains, and then develop solutions, but working across with those beneficiaries or clients. But the first 4 years, I would say, as a young lady in that industry, it is very male dominant. I would say the climate space, the energy space, anything that deals with climate and energy, which women are the mostly highly impacted, they're usually male dominated. And that's a very sad story, not just in sub-Saharan Africa, but also across the globe as well. And discovering that helped me understand that there is a lot of jobs that need to be done in terms of awareness creation, campaigns creations, and also pushing on and persevering through all these injustices. And so we worked alongside these communities to discover different projects. We've worked in the telecommunication industry. We've worked in powering up universities that are in off-grid areas. We've worked in the hospital industry as well in terms of powering up hospitals that are in off-grid areas with challenges during childbirth, premature children. So we put up solar or renewable energy technologies to aid them or have a backup system for electricity. Over the past 3 years, we've been working across another very male-dominant sector, which is the sardine fishing industry. In Lake Victoria. So sardines are the second source of protein across the continent, but it faces a huge climate challenge in terms of during rainy seasons. And that causes post-harvest losses to all the way to 70%. You can imagine that. You can picture a sun-kissed morning on the shores of Lake Victoria, where the waves tells the tales of resilience and hope. Here, fishermen use pressurized kerosene lamps or LED lead-acid power battery lamps attached to wooden flotillas to fish during the night to attract sardines. And in the morning, while they pull their boats on shore, they are able to meet out with the women who are the local women traders. And these women traders actually spread out the fish on open land spaces or elevated rack systems to dry. But as say, during dry seasons, this fish doesn't dry and 70% is lost. So they lose up 70% of their catch and yield. And over the 2 years, we've been able to work with them, not just them, these communities, but as well as, okay, sit down. Please, my apologies once again. Sit out there. Get out and you wait for mama. So motherhood is not a easy job. And you have to do motherhood as well as all the other things. So alongside these communities, we worked with them, governing policies, as well as technology developers, regional commission officers, and all other parties involved in order to now develop technological solutions that can be able to transition these communities. And we were able to not just transition these communities, but also be able to provide 1,000 solar fishing lamps for the fishermen to offset CO2 emissions, but also attach those flotillas, those solar lamps to reusable plastic flotillas. And we went further for the women as well. So with the women, we worked alongside them to design the first of the kind across sub-Saharan Africa, solar drying facilities with a capacity to dry 6 tons of sardines in any given day in 2 of our current industries. We've been able to cut across to reduce the post-harvest losses from 70 all the way to 30% during rainy seasons. And not just that, but they earn a premium price for their produce. And furthermore, it reduces the time that they've invested during the drying process, increasing their yield and productivity in other activities. One of the few big lessons I've learned across this journey is the power of resilience and the power of pushing towards a common goal. Women, among others, are seen to be we are more resistant, I would say. But we push further in terms when things matter to us. And things that matter to us is also things that matter to the climate change and our environments, because we watch out for our children. And when we join hands for that common goal, we are damn well powerful. And I call out to sisters to share learned lessons, to share practices, to share innovations so that we can push this wheel together. Because the power of a union is much better than the power of one. That is one. But the other, one of the key other lessons that I've learned, and we've also incorporated it in our company as Millennium Engineers, is we've started youth training program where we take in university students and college students, but also very innovative young passionate people. And then we train them in terms of technology, sales, marketing, team formation. We incorporate them in all our activities for a period of 2 to 3 months until they graduate from us. And then they're able to also go into different other communities and replicate what we do, or replicate the methods that we are doing, to now bring more innovations, groundbreaking innovations into the communities to help solve some of the pressing energy, but community problems that exist as well. And the last but not least, I would say involve everyone. Most technology developers or innovators fail mostly at one thing. They bring the technologies to people without asking them what they need. And women are the most silent people in these communities. They're never heard. So we have to pay another extra attention to them. So if we are designing solutions to help women combat climate change, help them understand their role in climate change mitigation and adaptations. And for them to take it up to their children, we need to now start listening to them. Listen to the practices they already have in place to mitigate these climate problems. Listen to the things they are in need currently, their highest demand and pain points, and then incorporate them while we are designing these technologies, while we are designing these infrastructures and pathways in order to push them even further into more technological advancements. I think so far that is it. I would have talked about financing, which is a huge problem, but I'll leave it out for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kazan. Thank you so much, Diana. And you have, you're like the perfect ending, because you sort of wrapped up everything all in one in terms of, you know, what we need to do as women in this space, that we need to be the leaders to make sure that women are involved at all levels of decision-making. We talked about it throughout the event, that process and product matters, that, you know, whatever you get out at the end is what, you know, is what you put in it. And, you know, if we want to create climate solutions that women can use, and we're saying that they're the ones that are the most vulnerable, we have no choice but to include them in the development of solutions. We can't just be talk, we just have to do it. But if we're not leaders in our space, and we're not at the decision-making table, many of our women here today are, and so they have the opportunity to do more than talk, but to include women where they sit. In terms of what you shared with us, in terms of your invention and coming up with that, you know, how to, you know, you talked about the sardine challenge that, you know, across the world globally, and now you come up with a technology where you use women to help you to develop that technology. That's powerful. That's very, very powerful, and we need to, you know, understand how you actually did that. Of course, for you to get to that space, you needed money and financing, and I wanted you on the climate finance presentation as well, because I know the number that you did, how much you raised. So maybe you could just speak 1 minute on that. And I know we have to close because many of our speakers have moved on, but just give us one snippet about how you raise the money for your technology innovations. And then I'm going to ask Nicole to close the session, and so she can make all the connections to all the conversations today. So go ahead, Diane, 1 minute on that.
Yeah, thank you. Just to highlight on financing, we had challenges on the first couple of years before receiving any financial assistance in terms of our technologies. But it was this specific technology, or in terms of the sardine fishing industry, I would say the first investor in any social enterprise business, it is you. So it was us and the team behind Millennium Engineers. We moved cities, we relocated our families, and we took up a loan. And immediately after we took up that loan, we flooded with investments. All investors were honest because the first investor was us. So I would ask you to take a bet on yourself. Take a bet. If you do believe in that technology, if you do believe in what you're doing, I think it's only fair enough, before you even accept any other person's money, bet it on yourself. Put that investment, and that will even push you harder into making sure that you're accountable, you're reliable, because I would not be on the other side and say climate financing available. They're truly, but it's not an easy catch to get it. So get ready, be prepared, have all your documentations, be very, very honest. Don't overpromise and underdeliver. Underpromise, overdeliver. And that's the only way. Because right now, I would say we are in a space where we are the ones saying no to financing. Not because we don't need it, but because we are now at a very stable pace. And we move towards different other types of financing. But in the beginning, it starts with honesty, integrity, collaboration, communication, and always looking out and making sure you're ready. When it comes, it hits you, you're ready.
Thank you so much. I know you didn't say the amount that you raised, but you can leave that. But it was quite significant, correct?
Yes, it was around 1 million so far.
Great, wonderful. Nicole, over to
Well,
you.
Anthea, actually, I'm not gonna let Diana off yet because I want to hear a little bit in terms of and thanks for that, Anthea. Diana, in terms of the types of financing, right? Because you said when you were saying I haven't spoken about financing yet, I'm like, yes, that's the key part as well, right? Because what I'd be interested to share with the colleagues here is if that was from traditional financing or if there were alternative financing that you found that was more receptive and relevant to your business.
Okay.
And traditional financing would be like Republic or, you know, like EcoBank and that kind of stuff, even though EcoBank would probably say we have non-traditional too.
So first we started off with bootstrapping. So whatever we had generated from the company is what we reinvested into the company. And that was around 100,000 over the first 4 years of the company. But after that, and we took up a loan of around $30,000 and then to relocate, start the project in Lake Victoria zone to start the bigger branch there. And then immediately we approached one of the great financiers across Africa, which is EEP Africa under the Nordic Development Fund. I'm sure they have access to financing across all other platforms. And we were able to source a lot of financing from them. So we got around 350. And then we got another Dutch foundation as well. And then lastly came in the government of Tanzania. And more are coming in, I would say. And I've had conversations not just with, let's say, the European part, the US part, the Canadian part, I mean, Global Affairs Canada. And people like Global Affairs Canada also were looking to finance women across climate change and climate space. Yeah. Last year, we had a good meeting in Toronto, circling around women in climate space and how hard it is to find financing. But the financing instruments and intermediaries are very low. And access to finance has become very triggered in terms of not being sure how to finance the right mechanism in order to finance or acquire these women. But so the challenge is not the financing. The challenge are the instruments in order to now screen and get the women. We've had a conversation, I think last week I was in, where was I? In Amsterdam. Yes, with OPES and other two partners. And still there seems to be a big challenge. So you find there are potential 200, but only 5 get financing. So that's very crazy.
Yes, it's very challenging. It's very challenging.
But when you even look at some of it, I think it's high time women joined forces to hold these organizations accountable. These investors, impact investors.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's high time that women join forces as the investors themselves. And I want you to hold that thought. Thought because I am getting from our tech team a major time check. So I think I have to close and say thank you so much for I was giving you another high time for women separate from yours. So what it means, and it says to us, Anthea, is that we're clearly going to be having a number of different discussions. Dana, we'd really like to, we'd like to tell you thank you so much for sharing with us the experiences of Millennium Engineers. I think that we can really do, as I say, Anthea, a fantastic, another session, speaking with yourself and others in terms of what are some of the tools and the tips, right, that we can actually make sure that we have in place for success as entrepreneurs in the space of climate and gender. We heard about gender transformative actions that need to take place. We heard about the importance of having a database that is really, proving that what is is being put forward as opportunities are actually delivering on those opportunities. We spoke a bit about gender equality, but I would really like to move that also towards gender equity in terms of the types of considerations and approaches that we need to take. We spoke about the importance and the power of resilience. And finally, last but not least, the importance, as Diana has shared with us, in terms of invest in yourself and invest in your business, right? Because that brings a significant level of accountability that you're building in already to be able to prepare yourself. There are another thing that I would want to say is that institutions and organizations like Caraville Alliance are invaluable to that path, right? Both as business support organizations, whether those are targeted women-only business organizations like AWEC and some of those different ones that I see that Diana and other colleagues are a part of, or Caribbean Women in Trade, you know, but the thing is that we can't do it alone, right? And a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. I have 1 minute left, and I would really like to say thank you so much to all our speakers. A lot of our speakers have had to go on to other sessions, and we would like to really say thank you so much again. We're going to have a significant amount that we're going to be picking up on out of this session as out of other sessions. And so with that, I'd like to turn it back to Anthea and the team and say thank you very much to everybody who has participated with us. Please look out for follow-ups that we will be doing on the various social media platforms, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, I think, Anthea, and also on Caraville's, you know, sharing on their social media and that kind of thing. So Anthea, I'm handing back over to you.
Thank you all for being part of this session. We will be meeting again on different platforms. Our intention here that this is the start of many different virtual conversations. Hopefully we'll meet face to face. We have a lot of information that was shared. A lot of knowledge building happened today. A lot of connections happened, and we'll be working with you over the year 2023 to 2024 to bring a lot of the ideas and concepts alive. So thank you all, and thank you for being part of Philanthropy in Action, and look forward to working with you over the year and many coming years. And please join us at our next session. It's going to be happening in 30 minutes, focusing on climate justice, environment and climate justice. Thank you so much.
I'm a lady, so life better treat me accordingly. Just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it. I'm a lady, so life better treat me accordingly. Just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it.
Muy bueno que como otros países yo sí he visto que en ese derecho de la ley que se debe respetar y garantiza para el pueblo indígena, y eso deberían hacer los países Latinoamérica para poder seguir luchando y fortaleciendo la verdad en la Amazonía. Sin caso contrario, si no garantiza esas leyes que no concretan, va a seguir perjudicando, destruyendo en la selva.
We should be able to use our beaches. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water.
Jamaicans can no longer access their own beaches.
This is where they work. Say they don't have a other job. They don't have nothing else to turn to.
Tourists can pay for exclusive access to beaches at all-inclusive resorts, but everyday Jamaicans are increasingly being blocked out of them.
When you push a fisherman from a beach, where did you want him to go? We are living in between waters, and we have no access to a beach.
Some Jamaicans are organizing to take down the colonial-era land laws that still affect them today.
Jamaican came into emancipation landless and homeless, and that problem have not changed in Jamaica.
And they're suing companies for cutting off their access to the beaches.
And we also will not stop until the entire Jamaican public is able to access the beach freely. Tourists are get beach, rich people are get beach. When all come and buy, we have to buy access to the beach. That can't continue.
This is Steertown, a historic fishing community on the north coast of Jamaica. Local residents relied on the beach for their livelihood. But in 2020, 2 companies bought the land containing the pathways leading to Malmö Bay Beach.
Discrimination, apartheid thing, we're tired of that. That must end.
The owners built a cement wall along the property, effectively cutting off surrounding communities from the coast. Lifelong fisherman Norris Arscott lives up the hill in one of these communities. Both his father and grandfather before him worked as fishermen at the same beach that he did.
All right, that's the hotel there, and the beach is just right beside the hotel there. It doesn't take me more than like 8-10 minutes from here to the beach. Now they push me off there. I had to do 10 miles each morning to do my fishing work.
To access the new fishing beach, Norris is forced to bike at 4:30 in the morning along a busy highway.
The entire St. Ann to St. Mary is blocked out from we, the fishermen. We've been paying taxes down there.
One of the companies announced a plan to build a 250-room resort on the land in front of Malmö Bay Beach. It will sit beside 2 all-inclusive resorts that already block access to the coastline.
Here they don't have fences. They got mountains of concrete wall. You can see that.
According to local advocacy groups' calculations, less than 1% of Jamaica's coastline is accessible to the public.
Me personally have no access to another beach. So we had no choice than to go where they push us. Me been occupying that beach for 70 years. Those beaches was like our playground. The culture was all togetherness. All fishermen, all children, everybody was together.
Even at 70 years old, Norris still relies on his income from fishing. When weather conditions are optimal, he can make a bit more than Jamaica's minimum wage.
Sometimes I catch just about 4 or 5 pounds. It depends on the weather out there, you know. 4 pounds of fish would be like $4,000. So I go every day as long as the sea is good. What else to do? There's nothing else.
Minimum wage in the country is approximately $85 per week. In comparison, the 2 all-inclusive resorts that operate on Malmö Bay Beach can cost hundreds of dollars per person per night. Fisherfolk like Norris often don't see the benefits of those tourism dollars.
I earn more money if I was fishing here. But what happened, I had to be going and coming to and from St. Anne's Bay to here to make $1. It's a far, tall journey to do from here at 70 years of age. They are pushing us back. This colonial system is coming right back at us. I'm sick and I'm tired. I've been in this kind of life with these people called politicians. Majority of them is no good in Jamaica.
There are approximately 74 public beaches on the island, but many of them are in disrepair, charge daily use fees, or are difficult to access without a vehicle. Damien Combs lives in Steertown, down the road from Norris. Since the beach's access was blocked, he has seen his neighbors lose their entire source of income.
So we're looking here at jet skis which have been parked, so to speak. Some of them are broken, some of them have damaged engines. They would sell rides to tourists or sell rides to locals. Jet skis put food on the table. The thing that the government will tell you, and these hotels, that they create jobs. They create jobs, but what kind of jobs? You're actually working in a hotel, which you will never ever be able to afford. You have all your independent people that did their own independent work and created their jobs that have lost those jobs. There are people that sell t-shirts, they're the fisher folk. Beach closing basically canceled all those jobs.
A grassroots organization called JBEM has started organizing communities like Damien's to fight for beach access. JBEM helps communities with advocacy, including organizing this protest and getting beach access rights cases into the courts.
They take our ancestors from Africa and in campus around here. They give us Jamaican nationality. But yes, they look like they're giving us piecemeal. Because they want to tell us that we can't go over there. And up here, we are here to repeal a draconian law passed during the colonial era that says that we, as Jamaica, don't have any rights to access our God-given beach or environment.
Jamaica gained independence from the UK in 1962, but many laws from colonial rule remain intact, including one called the Beach Control Act of 1956. The law states that the British Crown maintains all rights to the foreshore, and that the public has no inherent rights to access it. While the monarchy no longer governs, this law is still the primary beach access policy on the island, so legally, Jamaicans are still not guaranteed the right to access the beach. In other Caribbean countries like Barbados and Aruba, all beaches are considered public property.
And we have a slogan in Jamaica, one love. But where is the one love for the Jamaicans? By our government.
Devin Taylor is the president of JBEM, or the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. He started the organization in 2022 after his hometown was cut off from the shoreline.
We want the decolonization of this land. And all these colonial era laws must go. They no longer represent the ideals of the descendants of enslaved Africans.
Black Jamaicans still face systemic inequalities rooted in British colonialism. Jamaica was a center of the Caribbean slave trade. The British government granted enslaved Africans emancipation in 1838, but they didn't receive any reparations or land. Instead, it was slave owners who were provided reparations for their economic loss. Voting rights were originally tied to property ownership, and so landless Jamaicans couldn't vote until 1944. It's estimated that nearly 20% of the country's population still lives in informal settlements without land titles.
The moneyed class buy all the properties along the coastline. They're allowed to fence their property. Now we're in a crisis situation. It's what? Easily 35, 40 degrees today. My community that lives across from the road, less than 0.3 miles, cannot go to the beach. Tourists is monopolized. Comes off a plane, get into a bus, get onto a resort, never leave the resort. So money that would have spent in communities, no longer. It stays into multinational corporation that then leaves Jamaica.
The Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region in the world. But according to the UN, approximately 80% of all tourism dollars spent in the Caribbean end up leaving the region. This has been experienced firsthand by Shaneka Taylor, who sells souvenirs and food on the beach of one of these resorts at Cooper's Pen.
Yesterday, there are 26 of them in the group. Yesterday, they take them out to shop outside of the hotel. They spent over $1,000 US getting t-shirts, clothing. So they said that they did not know about us here on the beach. They don't tell the tourists about us because the hotel have their own gift shops.
Shaneka and her fellow vendors set up makeshift stalls in front of the construction site of a new resort. But once the resort is built, they will likely have nowhere to sell. The construction already cut off local fisher folks' access to the beach.
After the hotel is finished, I'm not sure what is going to take place. So we're going to have to move. And we don't know where to. We don't have a spot to put up our shops. We don't have nothing. So this is all going to have to pull down.
The tourism industry makes up approximately 20% of the country's GDP. But the Minister of Tourism has also acknowledged that the sector is known for low-paid, low-skilled jobs that provide little economic security. Access to tourists is often limited for Jamaicans like Shaneka, who sell food and souvenirs to make a living.
So the rules are 2 persons on the beach at a time, 20 minutes apiece. We're not supposed to go to the tourists where they're sitting. We have to stay at a distance. We have to call them to come to us. And sometimes they tell us we have to go in the water to walk. Makes us feel sad sometimes because we are not going to harm the guests. We're not going to do anything that's not right. But the good thing is that they allow us to walk. So we kind of appreciate that.
Many of the other vendors at Cooper's Pen used to sell their products from a shopping village. They say they have been forced to move numerous times since construction began on the resort. While they all rely on their income from selling to tourists, the conditions they face to do so continue to get worse. There's no longer a direct path to the beach, so they trek through mangroves to get there.
So this is our path, this is where we walk. Sometimes it's rough because when the rain falls, the water gets high, like about here. It's scary sometimes because we have to like step in the water to get onto the beach.
It would be all like there, swamp, big swamp, you know? It used to be easier and faster to get to the beach, where the fishermen they used to access that beach. So it was a public, like people go there and buy fish, kids they come and swim, the elderly people come and take a fresh swim out in the ocean.
We worry because a lot of persons have been here many years, so this is where they get their honest bread from. This is their 9 to 5. So they don't have a other job, they don't have nothing else to turn to.
JBEM is currently helping sue the companies and government agencies that have cut off beach access from communities. It has 3 active cases in the courts and has 17 more it plans to file in the near future. Norris and Damien are plaintiffs in one of these cases.
We are suing to get access to our beaches. We're not trying to tear down the development or tear down the commercialization or the building space.
They built the case around another colonial-era law called the Prescription Act. The law says members of the public can continue accessing a beach if they can prove that they've used it for fishing, bathing, or recreation for 20 years without interruption.
What we're saying is that we've always had access to this beach. Our ancestors access to this beach. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water. We want the laws to change.
JBEM plans to take the Cooper's Pen beach closure case to court. While vendors aren't explicitly protected under the law like fishermen are, JBEM hopes that winning some of these court cases will lead the way to more permanent beach access rights for all Jamaicans.
We want to change it legislatively. We want it to be constitutionally enshrined that everyone in Jamaica have a general and unfettered rights to use our beaches. It's directly targeted at the black descendants of enslaved Africans. We feel that pain. And we are marginalized in 2023. We need a new model, a new framework, and we're asking for that, and we will not stop until we get that.
Accordingly, just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it.
Muy bueno que como otros países yo así he visto que en ese derecho de la ley que se debe respetar y garantiza para el pueblo indígena, y eso deberían hacer los países Latinoamérica para poder seguir luchando y fortaleciendo la verdad en la Amazonía. Sin caso contrario, si no garantiza esas leyes que no concretan, va a seguir perjudicando, destruyendo en la selva.
We should be able to use our beaches. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water.
Jamaicans can no longer access their own beaches.
This is where they work. Say they don't have a other job. They don't have nothing else to turn to.
Tourists can pay for exclusive access to beaches at all-inclusive resorts, but everyday Jamaicans are increasingly being blocked out of them.
When you push a fisherman from a beach, where did you want him to go? We are living in between waters, and we have no access to a beach.
Some Jamaicans are organizing to take down the colonial-era land laws that still affect them today.
Jamaican came into emancipation landless and homeless, and that problem have not changed in Jamaica.
And they're suing companies for cutting off their access to the beaches.
And we also will not stop until the entire Jamaican public is able to access the beach freely. Tourists are get beach, rich people are get beach. When all come and buy, we have to buy access to the beach. That can't continue.
This is Steertown, a historic fishing community on the north coast of Jamaica. Local residents relied on the beach for their livelihood. But in 2020, two companies bought the land containing the pathways leading to Malmö Bay Beach.
Discrimination, apartheid thing, we're tired of that. That must end.
The owners built a cement wall along the property, effectively cutting off surrounding communities from the coast. Lifelong fisherman Norris Arscott lives up the hill in one of these communities. Both his father and grandfather before him worked as fishermen at the same beach that he did.
All right. That's the hotel there, and the beach is just right beside the hotel there. It doesn't take me more than like 8-10 minutes from here to the beach. Now they push me off there. I had to do 10 miles each morning to do my fishing work.
To access the new fishing beach, Norris is forced to bike at 4:30 in the morning along a busy highway.
The entire St. Ann to St. Mary is blocked out from we, the fishermen. We've been paying taxes down there.
One of the companies announced a plan to build a 250-room resort on the land in front of Malmö Bay Beach. It will sit beside two all-inclusive resorts that already block access to the coastline.
Yeah, they don't have fences. They got mountains of concrete wall. You can see that.
According to a local advocacy group's calculations, less than 1% of Jamaica's coastline is accessible to the public.
Me personally have no access to another beach. So we had no choice than to go where they push us. Me been occupying that beach for 70 years. Those beaches was like our playground. The culture was all togetherness. All fishermen, all children, everybody was together.
Even at 70 years old, Norris still relies on his income from fishing. When weather conditions are optimal, he can make a bit more than Jamaica's minimum wage.
Sometimes I catch just about 4 or 5 pounds. It depends on the weather out there, you know. 4 pounds of fish would be like $4,000. So I go every day as long as the sea is good. What else to do? There's nothing else.
Minimum wage in the country is approximately $85 per week. In comparison, the two all-inclusive resorts that operate on Malmö Bay Beach can cost hundreds of dollars per person per night. Fisher folk like Norris often don't see the benefits of those tourism dollars.
I earn more money if I was fishing here. But what happened, I had to be going and coming to and from St. Anne's Bay to here to make $1. It's a far, tall journey to do from here at 70 years of age. They are pushing us back. This colonial system is coming right back at us. I'm sitting and I'm tired. I've been in this kind of life with these people called politicians. Majority of them is no good in Jamaica.
There are approximately 74 public beaches on the island, but many of them are in disrepair, charge daily use fees, or are difficult to access without a vehicle. Damien Combs lives in Steertown, down the road from Norris. Since the beach's access was blocked, he has seen his neighbors lose their entire source of income.
So we're looking here at jet skis which have been parked, so to speak. Some of them are broken, some of them have damaged engines. They would sell rides to tourists or sell rides to locals. Jet skis put food on the table. The thing that the government will tell you, and these hotels, that they create jobs. They create jobs, but what kind of jobs? You're actually working in a hotel, which you will never ever be able to afford. You have all your independent people that did their own independent work and created their jobs that have lost those jobs. There are people that sell t-shirts, they're the fisher folk. Beach closing basically canceled all those jobs.
a grassroots organization called JBEM has started organizing communities like Damien's to fight for beach access. JBEM helps communities with advocacy, including organizing this protest and getting beach access rights cases into the courts.
They take our ancestors from Africa and in campus around here. They give us Jamaican nationality. But yes, they look like they're giving us piecemeal. Because they want to tell us that we can't go over there. And up here, we are here to repeal a draconian law passed during the colonial era that says that we, as Jamaica, don't have any rights to access our God-given beach or environment.
Jamaica gained independence from the UK in 1962, but many laws from colonial rule remain intact, including one called the Beach Control Act of 1956. The law states that the British Crown maintains all rights to the foreshore, and that the public has no inherent rights to access it. While the monarchy no longer governs, this law is still the primary beach access policy on the island, so legally, Jamaicans are still not guaranteed the right to access the beach. In other Caribbean countries like Barbados and Aruba, all beaches are considered public property.
And we have a slogan in Jamaica, one love. But where is the one love for the Jamaicans? By our government.
Devin Taylor is the president of JBEM, or the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. He started the organization in 2022 after his hometown was cut off from the shoreline.
We want the decolonization of this land. And all these colonial era laws must go. They no longer represent the ideals of the descendants of enslaved Africans.
Black Jamaicans still face systemic inequalities rooted in British colonialism. Jamaica was a center of the Caribbean slave trade. The British government granted enslaved Africans emancipation in 1838, but they didn't receive any reparations or land. Instead, it was slave owners who were provided reparations for their economic loss. Voting rights were originally tied to property ownership, and so landless Jamaicans couldn't vote until 1944. It's estimated that nearly 20% of the country's population still lives in informal settlements without land titles.
The moneyed class buy all the properties along the coastline. They're allowed to fence their property. Now we're in a crisis situation. It's what? Easily 35, 40 degrees today. My community that lives across from the road, less than 0.3 miles, cannot go to the beach. Tourists is monopolized. Comes off a plane, get into a bus, get onto a resort, never leave the resort. So money that would have spent in communities, no longer. It stays into multinational corporation that then leaves Jamaica.
The Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region in the world. But according to the UN, approximately 80% of all tourism dollars spent in the Caribbean end up leaving the region. This has been experienced firsthand by Shaneka Taylor, who sells souvenirs and food on the beach of one of these resorts at Cooper's Pen.
Yesterday, there are 26 of them in the group. Yesterday, they take them out to shop outside of the hotel. They spent over $1,000 US getting t-shirts, clothing. So they said that they did not know about us here on the beach. They don't tell the tourists about us because the hotel have their own gift shops.
Shaneka and her fellow vendors set up makeshift stalls in front of the construction site of a new resort. But once the resort is built, they will likely have nowhere to sell. The construction already cut off local fisher folks' access to the beach.
After the hotel is finished, I'm not sure what is going to take place. So we're going to have to move. And we don't know where to. We don't have a spot to put up our shops. We don't have nothing. So this is going to have to pull down.
The tourism industry makes up approximately 20% of the country's GDP. But the Minister of Tourism has also acknowledged that the sector is known for low-paid, low-skilled jobs that provide little economic security. Access to tourists is often limited for Jamaicans like Shaneka, who sell food and souvenirs to make a living.
So the rules are 2 persons on the beach at a time, 20 minutes apiece. We're not supposed to go to the tourists where they're sitting. We have to stay at a distance. We have to call them to come to us. And sometimes they tell us we have to go in the water to walk. Makes us feel sad sometimes because we are not going to harm the guests. We're not going to do anything that's not right. But the good thing is that they allow us to walk. So we kind of appreciate that.
Many of the other vendors at Cooper's Pen used to sell their products from a shopping village. They say they have been forced to move numerous times since construction began on the resort. While they all rely on their income from selling to tourists, the conditions they face to do so continue to get worse. There's no longer a direct path to the beach, so they trek through mangroves to get there.
So this is our path, this is where we walk. Sometimes it's rough because when the rain falls, The water gets high, like about here. It's scary sometimes because we have to like step in the water to get onto the beach.
It would be all like there. Swamp, big swamp, you know? It used to be easier and faster to get to the beach. Where the fishermen, they used to access that beach. So it was a public, like people go there and buy fish. Kids, they come and swim. The elderly people come and take a fresh swim out in the ocean.
We worry because a lot of persons have been here many years, so this is where they get their honest bread from. This is their 9 to 5. So they don't have a other job, they don't have nothing else to turn to.
JBEM is currently helping sue the companies and government agencies that have cut off beach access from communities. It has 3 active cases in the courts and has 17 more it plans to file in the near future. Norris and Damien are plaintiffs in one of these cases.
We are suing to get access to our beaches. We're not trying to tear down the development or tear down the commercialization or the building space.
They built the case around another colonial-era law called the Prescription Act. The law says members of the public can continue accessing a beach if they can prove that they've used it for fishing, bathing, or recreation for 20 years without interruption.
What we're saying is that we've always had access to this beach. Our ancestors access to this beach. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water. We want the laws to change.
JBEM plans to take the Cooper's Pen beach closure case to court. While vendors aren't explicitly protected under the law like fishermen are, JBEM hopes that winning some of these court cases will lead the way to more permanent beach access rights for all Jamaicans.
We want to change it legislatively. We want it to be constitutionally enshrined that everyone in Jamaica have a general and unfettered rights to use our beaches. It's directly targeted at the black descendants of enslaved Africans. We feel that pain. And we are marginalized in 2023. We need a new model, a new framework, and we're asking for that, and we will not stop until we get that.
Accordingly, just like a queen wearing my crown, I deserve it.
Muy bueno que como otros países yo sí he visto que en ese derecho de la ley que se debe respetar y garantiza para el pueblo indígena, y eso deberían hacer los países Latinoamérica para poder seguir luchando y fortaleciendo la verdad en la Amazonía. Sin caso contrario, si no garantiza esas leyes que no concretan, va a seguir perjudicando, destruyendo en la selva.
We should be able to use our beaches. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water.
Jamaicans can no longer access their own beaches.
This is where they work. So they don't have a other job. They don't have nothing else to turn to.
Tourists can pay for exclusive access to beaches at all-inclusive resorts, but everyday Jamaicans are increasingly being blocked out of them.
When you push a fisherman from a beach, where did you want him to go? We are living in between waters. and we have no access to a beach.
Some Jamaicans are organizing to take down the colonial-era land laws that still affect them today.
Jamaican came into emancipation landless and homeless, and that problem have not changed in Jamaica.
And they're suing companies for cutting off their access to the beaches.
And we also will not stop until the entire Jamaican public is able to access the beach freely. Tourists get beach, rich people get beach. When all come and buy, we have to buy access to the beach. That can't continue.
This is Steertown, a historic fishing community on the north coast of Jamaica. Local residents relied on the beach for their livelihood. But in 2020, 2 companies bought the land containing the pathways leading to Malmö Bay Beach.
Discrimination, apartheid thing, we're tired of that. That must end.
The owners built a cement wall along the property, effectively cutting off surrounding communities from the coast. Lifelong fisherman Norris Arscott lives up the hill in one of these communities. Both his father and grandfather before him worked as fishermen at the same beach that he did.
All right, that's the hotel there, and the beach is just right beside the hotel there. It doesn't take me more than like 8-10 minutes from here to the beach. Now they push me off there. You know, I had to do 10 miles each morning to do my fishing work.
To access the new fishing beach, Norris is forced to bike at 4:30 in the morning along a busy highway.
The entire St. Anne to St. Mary is blocked out from we, the fishermen. We've been paying taxes down there.
One of the companies announced a plan to build a 250-room resort on the land in front of Malmö Bay Beach. It will sit beside 2 all-inclusive resorts that already block access to the coastline.
Here they don't have fences. They got mountains of concrete wall. You can see that.
According to local advocacy groups' calculations, less than 1% of Jamaica's coastline is accessible to the public.
Me personally have no access to another beach. So we had no choice than to go where they push us. We've been occupying that beach for 70 years. Those beaches was like our playground. The culture was all togetherness. All fishermen, all children, everybody was together.
Even at 70 years old, Norris still relies on his income from fishing. When weather conditions are optimal, he can make a bit more than Jamaica's minimum wage.
Sometimes I catch just about 4 or 5 pounds. It depends on the weather out there, you know. 4 pounds of fish would be like for $4,000. So I go every day as long as the sea is good. What else to do? There's nothing else.
Minimum wage in the country is approximately $85 per week. In comparison, the 2 all-inclusive resorts that operate on Malmö Bay Beach can cost hundreds of dollars per person per night. Fisher folk like Norris often don't see the benefits of those tourism dollars.
I earn more money if I was fishing here. But what happened, I had to be going and coming to and from St. Anne's Bay to here to make $1. It's a far, tall journey to do from here at 70 years of age. They are pushing us back. This colonial system is coming right back at us. I'm sitting and I'm tired. I've been in this kind of life with these people called politicians. Majority of them is no good in Jamaica.
There are approximately 74 public beaches on the island, but many of them are in disrepair, charge daily use fees, or are difficult to access without a vehicle. Damien Combs lives in Steertown, down the road from Norris. Since the beach's access was blocked, he has seen his neighbors lose their entire source of income.
So we're looking here at jet skis which have been parked, so to speak. Some of them are broken, some of them have damaged engines. They would sell rides to tourists or sell rides to locals. Jet skis put food on the table. The thing that the government will tell you, and these hotels, that they create jobs. They create jobs, but what kind of jobs? You're actually working in a hotel, which you will never ever be able to afford. You have all your independent people that did their own independent work and created their jobs that have lost those jobs. There are people that sell t-shirts, they're the fisher folk. Beach closing basically canceled all those jobs.
A grassroots organization called Jabem has started organizing communities like Damien's to fight for beach access. Jabem helps communities with advocacy, including organizing this protest and getting beach access rights cases into the courts.
They take our ancestors from Africa and in campus around here. They give us Jamaican nationality. But But yes, still look like they're giving us piecemeal. Because they want to tell us that we can't go over there. And up here, we are here to repeal a draconian law passed during the colonial era that says that we, as Jamaica, don't have any rights to access our God-given beach or environment.
Jamaica gained independence from the UK in 1962, but many laws from colonial rule remain intact, including one called the Beach Control Act of 1956. The law states that the British Crown maintains all rights to the foreshore, and that the public has no inherent rights to access it. While the monarchy no longer governs, this law is still the primary beach access policy on the island, so legally, Jamaicans are still not guaranteed the right to access the beach. In other Caribbean countries like Barbados and Aruba, all beaches are considered public property.
And we have a slogan in Jamaica, one love. But where is the one love for the Jamaicans? By our government.
Devin Taylor is the president of JBEM, or the Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. He started the organization in 2022 after his hometown was cut off from the shoreline.
We want the decolonization of this land. And all these colonial era laws must go. They no longer represent the ideals of the descendants of enslaved Africans.
Black Jamaicans still face systemic inequalities rooted in British colonialism. Jamaica was a center of the Caribbean slave trade. The British government granted enslaved Africans emancipation in 1838, but they didn't receive any reparations or land. Instead, it was slave owners who were provided reparations for their economic loss. Voting rights were originally tied to property ownership, and so landless Jamaicans couldn't vote until 1944. It's estimated that nearly 20% of the country's population still lives in informal settlements without land titles.
The moneyed class buy all the properties along the coastline. They're allowed to fence their property. Now we're in a crisis situation. It's what? Easily 35, 40 degrees today. My community that lives across from the road, less than 0.3 miles, cannot go to the beach. Tourists is monopolized. Comes off a plane, get into a bus, get onto a resort, never leave the resort. So money that would have spent in communities, no longer. It stays into multinational corporation that then leaves Jamaica.
The Caribbean is the most tourism-dependent region in the world. But according to the UN, approximately 80% of all tourism dollars spent in the Caribbean end up leaving the region. This has been experienced firsthand by Shaneka Taylor, who sells souvenirs and food on the beach of one of these resorts at Cooper's Pen.
Yesterday, there are 26 of them in the group. Yesterday, they take them out to shop outside of the hotel. They spent over $1,000 US getting t-shirts, clothing. So they said that they did not know about us here on the beach. They don't tell the tourists about us because the hotel have their own gift shops.
Shaneka and her fellow vendors set up makeshift stalls in front of the construction site of a new resort. But once the resort is built, they will likely have nowhere to sell. The construction already cut off local fisher folks' access to the beach.
After the hotel is finished, I'm not sure what is going to take place. So we're going to have to move. And we don't know where to. We don't have a spot to put up our shops. We don't have nothing. So this is going to have to pull down.
The tourism industry makes up approximately 20% of the country's GDP. But the Minister of Tourism has also acknowledged that the sector is known for low-paid, low-skilled jobs that provide little economic security. Access to tourists is often limited for Jamaicans like Shaneka, who sell food and souvenirs to make a living.
So the rules are 2 persons on the beach at a time, 20 minutes apiece. We're not supposed to go to the tourists where they're sitting. We have to stay at a distance. We have to call them to come to us. And sometimes they tell us we have to go in the water to walk. Makes us feel sad sometimes because we are not going to harm the guests. We're not going to do anything that's not right. But the good thing is that they allow us to walk. So we kind of appreciate that.
Many of the other vendors at Cooper's Pen used to sell their products from a shopping village. They say they have been forced to move numerous times since construction began on the resort. While they all rely on their income from selling to tourists, the conditions they face to do so continue to get worse. There's no longer a direct path to the beach, so they trek through mangroves to get there.
So this is our path, this is where we walk. Sometimes it's rough because when the rain falls, the water gets high, like about here. It's scary sometimes because we have to step in the water to get onto the beach.
It would be all like there. Swamp, big swamp, you know? It used to be easier and faster to get to the beach. Where the fishermen they used to access that beach. So it was a public, like people go there and buy fish. Kids they come and swim. The elderly people come and take a fresh swim out in the ocean.
We worry because a lot of persons have been here many years, so this is where they get their honest bread from. This is their 9 to 5. So they don't have a other job, they don't have nothing else to turn to.
JBEM is currently helping sue the companies and government agencies that have cut off beach access from communities. It has 3 active cases in the courts and has 17 more it plans to file in the near future. Norris and Damien are plaintiffs in one of these cases.
We are suing to get access to our beaches. We're not trying to tear down the development or tear down the commercialization or the building space.
They built the case around another colonial-era law called the Prescription Act. The law says members of the public can continue accessing a beach if they can prove that they've used it for fishing, bathing, or recreation for 20 years without interruption.
What we're saying is that we've always had access to this beach. Our ancestors access this beach. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water. We want the laws to change.
JBEM plans to take the Cooper's Pen beach closure case to court. While vendors aren't explicitly protected under the law like fishermen are, JBEM hopes that winning some of these court cases will lead the way to more permanent beach access rights for all Jamaicans.
We want to change it legislatively. We want it to be constitutionally enshrined that everyone in Jamaica have a general and unfettered rights to use our beaches. It's directly targeted at the black descendants of enslaved Africans. We feel that pain. And we are marginalized in 2023. We need a new model, a new framework, and we're asking for that, and we will not stop until we get that.
Muy bueno que como otros países yo sí he visto que en ese derecho de la ley que se debe respetar y garantiza para el pueblo indígena, y eso deberían hacer los países Latinoamérica para poder seguir luchando y fortaleciendo la verdad en la Amazonía. Sin caso contrario, si no garantiza esas leyes que no concretan, va a seguir perjudicando, destruyendo en la selva.
We should be able to use our beaches. We are a beach community. We are beach people. We're a small island surrounded by water.
Jamaicans can no longer access their own beaches.
This is where they work, so they don't have a
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of our forum, and thank you for joining us for the Climate Environmental Justice session. Today, we discuss 2 critical issues deeply affecting the Caribbean: the implementation of the Escazú Agreement and the recognition of beach access as a fundamental human right. I'm sure all of you might have watched before this session the realities of our beaches in the Caribbean. In this session, we aim to shed light on the growing challenge of reduced access to their coastlines for Caribbean citizens. This issue has profound implications for our culture, for our society, and for our economy. We'll emphasize that recognizing beach access as a human right goes beyond mere convenience. It's about justice and equality. And together we'll explore the diverse perspectives and contributing factors to the growing regional problem of equitable beach access and coastline preservation. Our panel today includes distinguished policymakers and those who are working in the communities on the front line, and who will articulate why the Escazú Agreement holds immense importance for our region, and explain why all our Caribbean countries should be adopting this groundbreaking international treaty. We know the treaty addresses crucial environmental rights, encompassing access to environmental information, public participation in the environmental decisions, and environmental justice, among others. And our panel will inform us on the agreement's connection to the pressing issue of environmental migration. I would like to thank our panelists for joining us today, our guest speakers. This session is a significant step towards creating awareness and fostering dialogue and taking concrete actions in the pursuit of climate and environmental justice in the Caribbean. So thank you all for being part of this essential conversation. So let's get started now. It's a great pleasure that I introduce 3 individuals who have committed their time, talent, and treasure to Carrefour Alliance, and has served as the glue to all the different types of involvements across the region, but in particularly our communities in Trinidad and Tobago and in Suriname. Talia Mohammed, she's the co-coordinator for co-moderator for today, and she's the regional project coordinator for Carrefour Alliance. Talia has 17 years of experience performing in environmental compliance, monitoring analysis, HSC and waste system approaches, grant and proposal writing, capacity building and training, as well as in project design and management to promote sustainable climate smart action. Talia is currently the director of Ideas I Foundation and TNT, Trinidad and Tobago social enterprise focused on youth and community development and empowerment, and as well as a technical consulting on sustainable waste management and operationalization to support sustained recovery of recyclables. And it also does CSR and ESG policy and compliance for private sector. Her work spans many years, including project management, training facilitation, and she's also contributed to local NGO consortium projects with Canary and the Cropper Foundation on building the capacity of civil society groups. She's been instrumental in the implementation of Caribbean Tree Planting Project, our Flat Bridge Project at the Carrefour Alliance with Bridge Foundation, which is a regional project lead for Trinidad and Tobago in 2000, which includes the umbrella of environmental CSOs and experts in Trinidad and Tobago called Plant Your Roots. She's also done so much other work, and her work spans many years. Sean wears many hats as well. Sean McCoon, who's also the glue to Tobago's civil society in terms of working in the environment. He is a civil society, environmental and youth empowerment advocate at Foreign Affairs, and he's also an international relations expert. He's also the Trinidad and Tobago Caribbean Tree Planting Project Ambassador, for our Caribbean tree planting project. Sean McCoon is an active civil society environmental youth empowerment advocate from the Twin Island of Trinidad and Tobago. His base is on the beautiful but smaller of the two islands, Tobago. We're quite jealous of him when he speaks to us from his beautiful surroundings in Tobago. He serves as the director in the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, a state-run not-for-profit agency, which focuses on developing conserving green spaces across the island of Tobago. He also serves in the capacity of Protocol and Foreign Relations Officer, attached to the Office of Secretary of the Division of Tourism, Culture, and Antiquities and Transportation, Tobago House of Assembly. Hope I said that correctly, Sean. He wears multiple hats, including current Public Relations Officer of Environment Tobago. He's a member of the Writers Guild, and he plays music. He's a musician. He plays an important role in Sean's life. He's a concert pianist as well, and many other things within the musical industry. And I must say that, which includes the legendary Sheldon Blackman, son of the late great Rash Shorty. I had to put that plug in, and he enjoys volunteerism within the sector. Ray Tor is also will also be a co-moderator and will introduce the panelists. And he's no stranger to the Caribbean community. Renee Tor was born in Suriname and studied food science at the Agriculture University of Wageningen in Holland, was the head of the Food Inspection Service at the Ministry of Health in Suriname. He worked as a teacher in chemistry at IOL. He is also a food buyer. And did some work at an FAO assignment on data collection survey among top 5 importers in Suriname. He's the coordinator of EC of ECTAD in Suriname, a member of the FAO regional cassava working group, organized a seminar kitchen and hygiene in the district of Nakari for households. He's the advisor of the Minister of Health regarding food safety and health. He's introduced in Suriname about 2,500 breadfruit trees and plants. And he's the man on the ground that he's planting trees and bringing different partnerships together. He's also the chair of Technical Committee for the Development of National Standard for Coconut Oil and Coconut Water. Organized the first seminar for organic farming in the district of Corrine. And he's the coordinator of the national lead of a project and the senior policy advisor at the Ministry of Agriculture, and the list goes on. So we have a prolific group of moderators today who will take us through this discussion that is going to be very interactive and quite provocative, and will provide us with a lot of solutions and strategies on how do we address climate justice and the environment. So I'll turn it over to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Y'all hearing me? Thank you so much, Anthea. So today, as Anthea has laid out for us, everyone's hearing me, right? Today, we are having a very, very important conversation and discussion, and hoping to learn a lot from our expert panelists today. The conversation is one that is quite important for us in the Caribbean region as small island developing states. And we are hoping to learn a lot today and share information and share knowledge so we could all take this very important piece of governance forward within our countries through our agencies and community organizations. So before we start, I just want to set the context here with a very short overview on environmental justice and climate justice. And then I'll introduce our first panel speaker, who will take us through her presentation. So environmental justice and climate justice are related concepts, but they have very distinct focuses and objectives. Environmental justice focus really primarily addresses the fair distribution of environmental benefits and also the burdens among different communities, especially in the context of policy, regulation, and decision-making. The scope encompasses a broad range of environmental issues, including pollution, toxic waste disposal, access to clean air and water, land use, and the unequal distribution of environmental risks and harms that are growing in our region. In terms of social equity, environmental justice seeks to rectify historical and systemic inequalities in the distribution of environmental benefits. And I know we were seeing that lovely video, very telling of the plight in Jamaica of access to beaches. So inequalities in the distribution of environmental benefits and burdens with particular emphasis on marginalized and vulnerable communities. It aims to ensure that no community is disproportionately burdened by environmental hazards. So that's the social equity side of environmental justice. So a good example of environmental justice may involve advocacy against the placement of polluting industries and low-income neighborhoods in the efforts to secure clean drinking water for these disadvantaged communities. So climate justice very quickly, and I know our presenters will go into this in more detail. Climate justice is primarily concerned with addressing unequal impacts of climate change on different communities as opposed to environmental changes, which go hand in hand in some cases, especially those that are least responsible for greenhouse gas emissions, which are telling of us in the global south, and most affected by climate-related challenges. The scope, it specifically relates to climate change, encompassing issues like rising sea temperatures, sea level rise, extreme weather events, displacement of communities, which Helene will go into with us, and loss of even livelihoods due to climate change. It has social and intergenerational equity, which climate justice emphasizes the need to consider not only our present generation, but we know all this, we have to consider future generations, and it calls for actions that do not compromise the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So the relationship between climate and environmental justice addresses different aspects of environmental and social concerns that are interconnected. Climate change has been exacerbating existing environmental injustices disproportionately, especially by affecting marginalized communities. So now I will introduce you to Miss Helene Glenson, who will be our first panel presenter. Helene Glenson currently works as the project officer on migration, environment, and climate change for the Caribbean at the International Organization for Migration, or IOM. She previously worked for IOM in Senegal on environmental migration and disaster displacements, and in the private sector to support the implementation of climate change related projects by major donors such as the EU, the GCF, and the AFDB. With over 5 years of professional experience, she has gained extensive knowledge on humanitarian and developmental issues related to protection, gender, and climate finance around environmental mobility. And Helen will go into some terms for us: environmental mobility and environmental migration. She holds a master's degree in pollution and development sciences from the Université Libre de Bruxelles, Belgium. So Helene, over to you.
Hey everyone, before starting, could you put some thumbs up just to ensure that you are hearing me well? Perfect, thank you very much, Talia. Thank you very much, Talia, for introducing me. Thank you very much, the Caribbean Philanthropy team, for having me here today. And so I am, as Talia introduced me, I am the project officer for migration, environment, and climate change within for the Caribbean within IOM, International Organization for Migration. Please, could you just put some thumbs up again if you can see my screen, perfect. So now we can start with a very important topic within the Caribbean, the small island developing state context, which is migration, environment, and climate change in the Caribbean, challenges and opportunities. And this will be linked, and it is really much related to climate and environmental justice, human rights and protection, which is also emphasized in the very important framework of the Estazo Agreement. So before starting and going deeper into the topic, I would like you to join me in a little Slido. And please, you can go to the QR code or putting slido.com and the numbers on internet, and just share with me in one word what environmental migration comes directly into your mind. For instance, environmental migration for me is kind of hurricane. So please go ahead. You can give multiple choices, answers, sorry, and I give you around few seconds, 1 minute, for having this kind of interactive discussion. Thank you. Don't be shy. Volcano, hurricane, right. These are sudden onset, affecting humans, disasters. That's great. Others disasters is the much more, the word that are the much often mentioned. Few others. Mobility, which is a synonym to migration. Kind of. Preparedness, right? Disaster preparedness, which is very important to prevent, minimize, and address disasters and environmental movements. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for participating. So environmental migration could be just to have a very clear understanding of what is environmental migration. Environmental migration should be considered on a continuum between forced and voluntary movements. A minority of migration decision can be defined as clearly forced or clearly voluntary. So the vast majority of movements lie in a gray zone between forced and voluntary extremes, depending on various factors, such as the timing of migration and the type of environmental hazards. Migration can be permanent or temporary. For instance, evacuation, seasonal migration is temporary. Permanent migration is more likely to happen in context of slow onset disasters, such as sea level rise, coastal erosion, and desertification, or as an adaptive response to frequent damaging disasters, such as, for instance, when the volcanic eruption in St. Vincent happens, you can have this permanent migration decision a bit after. And in some cases, temporary or circular migration can be a precursor to more permanent migration. Then between internal and international, the majority of environmental migration is much more internal, that takes place within national borders. Because it needs often less resources. In 2022, more than 32 million people were internally displaced. And so, but then you have also the movement that can be international, crossing national borders. However, the majority are to neighboring countries, often due to the cost of migrating further International migration across continents is beyond the financial reach of most environmental migrants. Is it a problem or solution? It can be both, I would say. While mobility has the potential to save lives, improves resilience, and minimize risk through planned relocation, evacuations, and the positive impacts of well-managed mobility, it can make people more susceptible and more expose them to new threats. So this is important to mention as well, is that it can be a very positive way of adapting, for instance, but it can also have negative impacts to some way to communities and individuals. So migration as a response to climate change impacts and risk. The IPCC report of 2022 has reported that in small islands, there is medium evidence and high agreement that the degree of migrant agency and choice in decisions about whether to move, where, when, and how is an important determinant of success and therefore adaptiveness. But also forced relocation, involuntary displacement, and low agency migration, for example, due to low migrant financial resources or limited participation in migration planning, is commonly associated with unsuccessful outcomes and can therefore be considered an impact of climate change rather than an adaptation strategy. Then, as we are unfortunately in the cities context, there are many disasters that are more frequent and severe within the last decades and surely into the future as well. So it is important to talk about environmental hazards are part of the cause of disasters and subsequently displacement. So there is a need to focus on our efforts on these three components: environmental hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So mitigation and adaptation measures, as well as loss and damage funding. Indeed, many seeds are exposed to adverse effects from multiple shocks, such as hurricanes, as you mentioned before, volcanic eruptions, heavy rainfall, and so on. It is crucial to examine exposure and vulnerability, as a large part of the Caribbean population is living in low-lying coastal areas and mainly relying on climate-sensitive sectors such as tourism and agriculture. So again, the IPCC reports said that climate-related migration is considered to be a particular issue for small islands because changes in extreme events and slow changes affect increasingly high exposed, vulnerable, low-lying coastal population, therefore causing a threat to small island habitability. Just one last thing about environmental migration when we want to define it, is that human mobility in context of disasters, environmental migration, degradation, and climate change can take many forms. Namely migration, displacement, planned relocation. But it is also key to mention immobility as the other side of the same coin, and the well-known term trapped population, who have not the resources to migrate from one place to another, even close from the area of its origin. These forms must be well understood between migration, displacement, planned relocation, immobility, in order to foster population resilience in areas of origin, transit, and destination. Now, we have beginning to start working on the Escazú Agreement and its link with environmental migration, and how the Escazú Agreement can strengthen the governance of environmental migration within the Caribbean Seas region and even beyond. With Ideas Eye Foundation, which Atalia is a member, we are now in the process of building and putting together a policy paper to stress the regional adoption of the Escazú Agreement within the Caribbean Seas, as it can strengthen the governance of environmental migration. And specifically, on human rights, access to information, participation, and protection. And one last subtopic related to climate migration, the Escazú Agreement for sure as well, is the role of philanthropy in promoting climate action, migration, and in the framework of major global tools such as the Escazú Agreement, as we are in this Caribbean Philanthropy in Action Week. So philanthropy can be a source of financing and innovation. And we have seen that since 2015, philanthropy foundations climate funding has tripled. So there is a major opportunity for climate actions. When we are addressing climate finance for migration, there is a major roadmap, the IOM strategy for the Caribbean for 2023 to 2026. And the first pillar on resilience, priority 1, resilient to climate change and disaster-related human mobility, that can help in that way. As climate finance for migration can help adaptation and resilience, sustainable development, capacity building, humanitarian assistance, insurance and risk transfer, international cooperation, and addressing root causes around more globally, even climate justice, environmental justice, protection, and human rights related to climate migration. And so just for you to have some examples and way to go when you will be back home, for instance, is possible areas of financing. So private sector can support adaptation measures, create livelihood opportunities, enhance resilient infrastructure, strengthen disaster risk reduction, support climate resilient agriculture, invest in education and healthcare, and also enhance capacity building. So thank you very much. I hope I did not take too much time and I was quite concise. So if you have any questions, please ask me them, and then we will continue the presentation. Thanks.
Helene, thank you so much. You were exactly on time and perfect, and the presentation was very well put together, very clear on the understanding of your role and what the unit is doing. So we have just some opening questions for each presenter, and then once everybody keeps on time, just like you, we'll have some time for some discussion with the panelists. So the question we had for you was, you know, you laid out there some information on what the role of other organizations could be, but you yourself belonging to a developmental type of organization, and this topic being very cross-cutting, what role can international organizations like yourself and others, we covered the donors already, play in supporting both the nonprofits and communities in the Caribbean in their efforts to promote and implement the Escazú Agreement and advocate for climate and environmental justice in general? So for example, you mentioned that, you know, we are supporting each other right now by, we are working on the policy brief, but what other things do you think developmental agencies can do, especially now that we have recognized that there are overlaps?
Thank you very much, Talia. So just to set a bit the context, globally, we have seen growing advocacy for climate action coming from the civil society. For instance, youth movements as well, as the impact of climate change are becoming more frequent and prominent worldwide, and especially here in the Caribbean. So therefore, civil society organizations are a strong force for making the voices of marginalized and vulnerable communities heard and amplified.
Yes.
By giving representation to ensure that no one is left behind, which is an overall goal of the Sustainable Development Goals agenda.
Correct.
And in the case of the Escazú Agreement, for instance, CSOs are civil society organizations, NGOs, are important actors in its promotion and implementation at local levels. So at IOM, for instance, and in other international organizations as well, we are promoting and working on the whole of society approach, with the whole of society approach, embedded in the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. And this approach promotes broad multi-stakeholder partnerships to address migration in all its dimensions by including civil society and the private sector, amongst others.
Okay.
And so to a larger extent on climate and environmental justice issues, because it is important to emphasize, even if it's quite simple, I would say, that we are stronger together.
Yes.
And there, so international organizations and donors, which are often at higher levels than NGOs, should work and support the work and efforts of CSOs, just to have this equilibrium.
Yes.
Which are the closest, because CSOs are the closest to the population on the ground and best placed to know their needs. So this is important, I think, to rely on this idea when we are all working together. So I think international organizations can be intermediaries between local levels and donors as well as all development organizations and governmental counterparts for being important player in advocacy actions. So we have seen that we are working with you on a policy paper, but more largely we are willing to strengthen networks around environmental and climate change issues related to migration. And then furthermore, I would say that we see an increased interest in climate finance. And so donors, through their funding, should assist and help CSOs in their efforts in order to work in synergy, such as in capacity building, sustainable development, and so on, such as I mentioned before. So all in all, I think this approach is increasingly taking ground, as we have seen in different major events such as the COP and overall climate actions, and should be further emphasized in all its dimensions. So when it comes to activities, outputs, outcomes, even overall objectives, when you want to create a new project, for instance, that meets important needs on the ground, it is all the time important to have this whole of society approach from an IOM perspective.
Yes, I totally agree with you, and we are very happy that the MECC unit came about, and this type of work and this nexus point is here in the Caribbean and Latin America, but more so in the Caribbean, as you know, we more and more environmental disasters are increasing every year. And you know, the conversation both of us had with regard to human mobility issues in this context in the Caribbean is not really country to country, but internally in the country, where you have people having to move because of an environmental disaster, be it a one-time disaster or a cyclical disaster that happens every year, which in some of the countries we're experiencing increased rainfall and increased rainfall leading to increased flooding. So it's very important that, you know, this context for the Caribbean, as you put it, and the whole of society approach includes the many different facets of small island development states as well. So thank you very much. And I will now hand it over to Sean, who will introduce Mr. Didan Daniel from Tobago Watershed and Forestation Program. Thank you, Sean.
Yes, and good afternoon to everybody. It is indeed a pleasure for us to join this discussion this evening. And I want to give you the introduction of Mr. Didan Daniel. Mr. Didan V. Daniel is the Business Development Turnaround Management Specialist and contributor, bringing his vast experience in various professional roles. He currently serves as the board chairman for the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, TRWRP, and director at Tobago Agribusiness Development Company, TADCO. In prior roles, he has served as the president of the Tobago Agricultural Society, CEO of the Human Capital Development Facilitation Company, the head of operations at Export TT, an adjunct lecturer in marketing, entrepreneurship, and finance with several tertiary institutions. Mr. Daniel is also the owner and managing director of VDC Limited, a food service company, and IMG Ventures, which offers business advisory and financing solutions to small businesses. Mr. Daniel is a self-described seeker of knowledge, experiences, and adventure. He pursued his executive MBA and later post-MBA at the Arthur Lockjack Graduate School of Business. And moving forward, he also double specializes in marketing and international business with a minor in finance from the University of New Brunswick, Canada. He also studied music and theology and is the holder of professional certificates in event management, project management, and all from the UE School of Business and Computer Science, respectively. His evolved work philosophy and is a combination of a design thinking approaches to organize and orchestrate networks of know-how tools and resources to develop people and organizations. A man of substance, wearing many hats, he envisions self-actualizing as a farmer, creator, and educator. He enjoys chasing waterfalls, literally speaking, by hiking to far-off trails deep into the interior of the beautiful island of Tobago. He also enjoys permaculture gardening and has recently taken up bonsai art. He's also a bass guitar player. So indeed, a man who is well-versed, well-rounded, and here to join us this evening, Mr. Didan Daniel. We welcome you, Mr. Daniel.
You all hearing me? Hello?
Yes.
Right, lovely, great. So thank you very much, Sean, for such a sterling introduction. As indicated, I am Didan Daniel, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program, and outlining some of the work that we do and the impact that we hope to create within communities, as well as to share some perspectives on the whole aspect of climate justice as it relates to the work that we do and so on. So just to start off, the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Program is more or less an outshoot of the National Reforestation Program. The government of Trinidad and Tobago, way back in 2015, saw the need for a reforestation program because of the need to protect the environment and to reforest some of the new areas that were affected negatively by agricultural action, by slash and burn and other environmental hazards. And later on in 2017, the Tobago House of Assembly sought to delink the Tobago from the whole reforestation effort in Trinidad by bringing our unique perspective to reforestation effort in Tobago. The organization which I represent, we had various incantations as we progress now to our state of a non-profit company that is charged with the responsibility of implementing the Tobago House of Assembly policy on reforestation. In terms of the work that we do, we are scattered throughout the island. We have about 3 cohorts of totaling 115 participants. And what we do is that we work within communities to impact the environment in terms of beautification, environmental protection, advocacy, some aspects of research, in fostering community partnership, and a big thing on social entrepreneurship, wherein we collaborate with community organizations to understand problems on the ground and implement solutions to solve those problems, right? One of the other things that is about our program is that we are able to impact what you might want to call marginalized persons, mainly women and youth. The vast majority of our cohort is made up of those persons. And we provide a means for employment for those persons so that they can impact their local environment through their spend, through their involvement, and through their activities. So that's a big part of what we do. We also partner with organizations like schools, community groups to do various things. Just recently, we partnered with one of our high schools or secondary schools in the island to engage in a tree planting effort. And this is symbolic in the sense that we think that involving the youth in this effort, it augurs well for our organization and augurs well for the environment by building the sensitization of the need for environmental protection and to replant trees in the area. One of the things that is to put things in context and our backdrop, we have the unique position in Tobago of having the oldest protected rainforest in the Western world, right? More than nearly 427 years, the persons had the vision to protect the rainforest that we have in Tobago. It's the oldest, as I said, in protected area in the Western world. And recently we have been able to get the World in the Biosphere designation. This is something that we and other stakeholder groups intend to leverage to be able to create build livelihoods, protect the environment, and protect for future generations. So we want to see probably in 900 years from now that our rainforest is still intact and it's well protected, and it is a source of livelihood for persons, whether it's in forestry, with protecting our water courses and watershed areas, and really protecting the welfare and wellness of persons who will live and visit our beautiful island. And we at Reforestation take our role seriously, and we're going to do all that is necessary to really protect the environment and do that is necessary through collaborations and cooperation with other organizations to so do. Now, as we talk about climate justice, we see our role being skewed in that regards, because if you follow the historical precedents that was set as it relates to our island, particularly in the area of, say, beach access, this is something that is near and dear to a lot of persons on the island. The beaches that we do have provides a means of livelihood for many persons, for recreation, for relaxation, for sport, and all the beaches are integral to the life of our person. Before we were linked to Trinidad in 1898, the British government at the time, the Crown, saw it fit to enact a piece of legislation which we call the Three Chains Act. And what that act does is provide unfettered access to citizens of the island to all our beaches, right? And we are probably singular, according to my research in that regard, of having the beaches on our island protected and in the sense of unfettered access to residents. Now, there have been times that has been threatened. In the early 70s, for example, there were certain moves to change that by having it access to only certain persons. And I could recall, while I was quite young, a toddler, in fact, that whole thing has caused an impact on my life personally, because my father, my late father, during that time we had what we call the Black Power uprising in Trinidad and Tobago being part of it. And one of the things that was being threatened is access to our beaches. And I can recall from stories from himself and uncles and aunts that he is one of those persons who was an activist to help protect that. And because of that, he was ushered into a political prisoner, and he had to spend some time in notorious Nelson Island prison where for persons, because at that time, one of our major resources on the island, Pigeon Point Heritage, fact, at that time, they was trying to make that a whites-only beach. And the local population wasn't having it at all. And activists like my father and others were able to stand up against it, to make sure that persons on the island have access to the beach. Of course, I lost him. We as a family, we missed him for those years that he was in prison as a result of such. But that legacy lives on, and that sensitization to make sure that our beaches remain equally access to all citizens and residents of the island is paramount and important. Of course, I mentioned that the Three Chains Act protected by law. There's only one exception in the law, that the president, through public consultation, could issue a presidential order to restrict access to the beach for whatever very good reason. But that has not been acted on anytime soon, and we hope that it will never be acted upon, so that persons on the island have equal access to the beach. One other time that we suffered that is when we had COVID several years ago, when beaches weren't able to be accessed because it was thought that having people meet at those places could spread the virus. But thank God we are over that, and we continue to enjoy our beaches, to play, to recreate, to relax, to rejuvenate, and we hope that this and succeeding generations are able to not only make sure that the law as it states on the books, the Three Chains Act, is enforced, and that we do have any occurrence in the future of access to our beaches being affected, right? So this is something that is single importance to us, and we regard it very, very, very seriously. One of the nice things about our beaches too is because we have arguably some of the nicest beaches in the Caribbean. I know Antigua and these places will feel differently, but we boast that we have some of the nicest beaches on the island. And one of the things that makes it nice is equal access, the unfettered access. And we hope to continue that and preserve it. More so on the work of the TRWRP. One of the things that we also want to do is the environmental impact. One, having a good environmental impact. One of the things that we recognize is that because of rising sea levels and threatening to our mangroves, there's a need for us to step in to do some rehabilitative work to put back some of these species in our mangroves so that it will continue to be a source of habitation for crabs and the birds that reside in this area. For persons who don't know Tobago, one of our signature dishes is our famous crab and dumpling. And if we have a situation where our mangroves are threatened, it put that at risk. And it put one of the attractors of our islands for persons who want to come in and sample that delicacy, right? I know Taylor, when you come to Tobago next week, Sean will make sure and hook you up with some good crab and dumpling. Right, Sean?
Absolutely, yes, we will.
All right.
Mr. Daniel, just to segue quickly, not taking away much from your talk and presentation, but I noticed in the video that we were viewing when we were entering the discussion earlier that there are some issues in Jamaica. What can you say are some of the things that you can share from Tobago's perspective with Jamaica as in suggestions as to how they can deal with the legislative framework to allow for unfettered access to the nation's beaches, since that seems to be a challenge that is being faced in Jamaica?
Well, certainly one of the ways you could tackle it is the whole thing about legislative action. I mentioned earlier that we do have a Three Chains Act. That act could be studied and see the intricacies of the act and see whether or not it could be duplicated in the Jamaican space or replicated in the Jamaican space. But more than that, it requires community action. The communities, they really have to come together and stake claim to which a part of their heritage, the heritage that their forefathers fought for and won, and succeeding generations must protect it. There's no doubt about it. So bringing the different community groups together and taking the claim on what is their heritage, which is among it is the beaches, and make sure that it doesn't happen, right? One of the things that seems to be a misconception that is threatening the whole thing about the unfettered access is that these hotels that we build, and we build them close to the beaches, right? And persons the hoteliers want to carve out a piece of niche for themselves. What they fail to understand is that there's a concept called a new tourist. And the new tourist doesn't want to be imprisoned in a hotel plant. They want to get on the beach and they want to interact with the locals. They want to get an aspect of the culture more than just the culinary. They want to talk with them, want to mix, they want to understand the way of life and so on. And
that's an excellent point, Mr. Daniel. And just cutting it, well, at least contributing further to what you're saying, is a working example of one of those said large hotel entities, a regional hotel entity that were knocking on Tobago's doors, so to speak, and they were not welcomed with open arms by the population of the island of Tobago. Do you think that there's a relationship between the way Tobagonians view the having this unfettered access to the beaches, and why the hotel, which was Sandals, was not welcomed with open arms into the island? What was the scenario regarding that and the local opinion?
Well, for us here in Tobago, having restricted access on the beach affects us in a very significant way. I could tell you, I live in the village of Lambo, and if there's restricted access, it means that I can't get my locals my weekly supply of fish. Where would the guys sell their fish? So that impacts you. It's not something out there and theoretical. It's real. It's real part of your livelihood. You can't go and play a little cricket on the beach. You can't run a little football. You can't take a swim. As we just say, go and sap your joints in the morning. The old people like to go and sap their joint. 5 o'clock is the magic hour for sapping your joints on the beach. And you can't have a hotel chain coming and stopping what is basically a way of life of the people, right? And because this is real to us and it impacts us in our daily life, that's what influenced the vociferousness of the action and the pushback to say, no, you cannot do this to us. This is where we live. This is our home. Most of us live in walking distance from a beach. And how dare you, right? And so,
right. So the social implications were cited as a reason not to encourage a large entity like Sandals onto the island, as well as the economic implications. Because, Mr. Daniel, from what I am gleaning from what you're saying, is that children, elderly citizens, people who ply their trade along the coast, that fisher folk and other people selling craft and other economic activities would have been disrupted. So those are the things that are cited as being the drivers for leaving Sandals out of Tobago.
Yes, certainly. The impact is just too real and too significant to allow a disruption of our lives, so to speak.
I want to just bring to your attention and for all of the viewers, Mr. Daniel, what measures do you think can be taken to really ensure that accessible beaches that exist now can be kept safe, clean, and environmentally stable for not only residents, but visitors to the island of Tobago? And that goes for across all of the islands and jurisdictions of the Caribbean. What do you think can be done to make those accessible beaches that are left safe, clean, and environmentally sustainable?
Well, certainly a sense of ownership, right? If you're in the community, you enjoy the facility that was created by the beach that was created by the Almighty for us to enjoy. and you have a sense of ownership. You will protect what you own, right? And we have to organize more than just the annual beach cleanups. It should be weekly or monthly. Have volunteer actions. I'm certain that there are persons in the community who wouldn't mind spending 2, 3, 5 hours of the day or the week, for that matter, coming together and organizing beach cleanups, making sure that the waterways from the rivers to the beaches are clear, making sure that we discard our rubbish or refuse properly so that we don't have a proliferation of like styrofoam utensils and those types of things on our beach. And we make sure that the shoreline is kept clean and safe, there isn't broken bottles and so on. So definitely community action is needed, but I think a necessary precursor is a sense of ownership and of the resource that we were blessed with by the Almighty. And that could go a very long way, but you need to organize these communities, right? Give them a mandate and make people accountable in terms of what they do so that, and make sure that it's measurable so that we all of us could enjoy the benefits of so doing, right? And also needs for more professional organizations who have the knowledge and know-how to share information at the grassroots level to make sure that the strategies that we do employ are environmentally sustainable and sustaining, and that it's effective.
Right, that sounds really wonderful, Mr. Daniel. And I'm hearing from you in many ways and in many instances where communities can get actively involved in taking ownership of these beaches and coastal areas, which are also sensitive ecosystems or would house sensitive ecosystems such as mangroves, wetlands, etc. I'm also hearing from you, Mr. Daniel, as we wind down our discussion and your presentation, that responsibility in tourism is actually another key factor in ensuring that a coastal area remains sustainable and environmentally, it remains clean and environmentally sound. So as I'm suggesting that sustainable and responsible tourism is part and parcel of what Tobago has to offer, yes?
Certainly. That's one of the ways we have differentiated ourselves from other offerings. And there's a lot of examples. Look at the area of, like, say, Castara, Boku, Mount Irvin,
right.
You see places where this is happening in action.
Right. So there's a sustainable community aspect and approach. Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for your contribution today. And I just want to urge each and every one of us to continue doing your part within your community to take charge of those coastal areas and beaches. So thank you, Mr. Daniel, for your presentation. And we will now move on to the next presenter. And that's Ms. R.T. Dubry. If I may, I will just give you a brief introduction. Ms. Dubry is the Sustainable Development and Disaster Unit Coordinator at the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, UNECLAC, and that's the sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean. RT's UN career began in 2003 with the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and with assignments to Latin America and the Caribbean and Asia Pacific. At UNEP, she had responsibilities for supporting developing countries in meeting and sustaining compliance with the Montreal Protocol on the phase-out of harmful ozone-depleting substances. RT also delivered these responsibilities through the active engagement of women, youth, and the formal and informal technology servicing sectors. At ECLAC, RT coordinates a team of professionals responsible for supporting the sustainable development priorities of the Caribbean small island developing states in areas of environment, climate change, and disaster risk management. RT has a degree in natural sciences from the University of the West Indies and also holds a master's degree in natural resources management from the Universidad Nacional Pedro Enrique Ureña from República Dominicana, which is the Dominican Republic, and a postgraduate certificate in laws with merit in specialization of environment and natural resources law from the University of London. Before joining the UN system, RT also worked in Trinidad and Tobago in both the private and public sectors. Many wonderful caps and such a glowing career. I now hand us over to Ms. RT Dubry. RT, welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much on behalf of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, absolutely.
It's raining extremely heavily in where I am. And I think we are flooded out. So I have to go outside and see what the water has done to, to my environment. But it's been raining for the last 2 hours in where I live, close to the Marava River. Yes. So I'm going to share my presentation. And if it does not work, I would ask the moderator to put my slide up, please. But let's see if it works. And I'm not sure if you can see my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. Just put it on presentation view.
We can see.
And that I'm trying to do and I can't do it. So if I stop sharing, can you put my slide for me, please? I'm using a very small screen, so it's giving me a challenge.
Just give us 1 sec. I know they have it loaded in the drive.
Sorry, colleagues, internet is giving us some challenge. But before I have my presentation up, there was a question to me on what are the environmental challenges for the Caribbean. In reflection of the speakers before, I reflected on where the region is right now as we develop the 10-year review of what we call the Samoa, the SIDS Accelerated Modality of Actions for Small Island Development States. Now, we are in the year before the 10-year starts, and the 10-year will start in 2024 with Antigua Barbuda as the host of the next 10 years of the Samoa Part 3. And I wanted to put that in because the discussion of the small island development states really give us an opportunity to carve and zero into the priorities of development for small island development states. And in each sub-region, there is an outcome document. Now, for the Caribbean region, the outcome document, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines was the host of the Caribbean leg of the negotiating instrument. And for environmental, they have identified the following: ocean in all its aspects, including areas beyond national jurisdiction, biodiversity, including, and I'm specifically noted the marine biodiversity and areas beyond the national jurisdiction, sustainable consumption and production, and of course this will include sustainable lifestyles and land management, plastic pollution, disaster in all its aspects and through the Sendai framework. And this also included the low impact disasters like the Sadassin, well, if we may call it a disaster. Definitely the Paris Agreement on climate change and all its aspects of climate change. Now, I also wanted, whilst we are small island development states and we are continually looking at our vulnerabilities and our special situation for development, at the All SIDS negotiation, which happened in Cape Verde at the end of August, member states and the SIDS member states were very determined that we are to be seen as equal partners in development, so that we do have a contribution, and we do have a substantive contribution in the global framework of sustainable development, Pradhan. And so we are trying to move from our special vulnerability, identify our special vulnerabilities, but also to be seen as partners, equal partners. And a colleague from the IMO talk about no one left behind and an all of country approach. Each one has a voice, and therefore, my ambition is for us to also see ourselves as equal players on the decision table, and bring our strength and our contribution to the global framework there. For example, if we look at ocean.
Excuse me, Aarti.
Yes,
Are you
madam.
seeing?
Yes, I can see
got
it.
this presentation up. Okay, just let me know
Thank
when you're
you.
ready to begin.
Yes, I will just say next,
Yeah,
right?
good.
Okay.
Okay, no
So I
problem.
just also want to give the example of ocean. The SIDS are the largest owner of ocean space. We take our economic zones, and most of us have more ocean than land. And if you take that even within the context of the climate change and carbon sequestration, you can then see where our opportunities lie and where we contribute to the global good, in this case, environmental issues. So I'm just sharing the feeling out of the SIDS negotiation, that we are to be at the table as equal partners, and equal partners with our own individual challenges from where the negotiation should happen. So haven't answered your question. If it's okay, I will move to the presentation. And thank you for helping me with the slides.
No problem.
So my presentation, as we were requested to, is to look at the Escazú agreement, as we call it, the agreement that deals with access to information and participation on environmental matters. The Escazú agreement places equality of all persons at the center of sustainable development and leaving no one behind. So in this context, it looked at environmental information, participation in environmental decision making, access to justice in environmental managers. Our environmental defenders and speakers have spoke very much at length on the civil society groups, the non-governmental groups, non-governmental groups, as well as John Public. And of course, to do this, we must have a very strong position on capacity development. ECLAC, my organization, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, is the secretariat of the Escazú. So the parties, you have the parties as the parties to the agreement, and my commission is the secretariat. So just to say, it's a regional Latin America and the Caribbean agreement for this region. Next slide, please. So where are we with the Escazú agreement? It was adopted in March of 2018, entered into force. We needed a certain number of parties to ratify, and that then gave the agreement to enter into force. Now, it's the only agreement coming out of the Rio +20 conference, and particularly in the implementation of Principle 10. It's the first regional treaty for the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's the first treaty in the world with specific binding provisions on environmental, human rights defenders. And of course, it's an innovative negotiation. Why it is an innovative negotiation? As you would know, in most multilateral environmental agreements or multilateral agreements, the negotiation is with the member states. And you would see as we go through the environment, this particular agreement, it must involve the civil society group, which are an important part of the process. In terms of signatories, I underline where we are in the Caribbean. So we have, and it's actually good to see the level of countries, the amount of countries within the Caribbean region that have ratified. So we have Antigua Barbuda, Belize, Grenada, Guyana. Guyana was the very first country amongst all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. So hats off to Guyana as the first country to have ratified the Escazú. And then we have St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Countries, there are some countries that are not yet, they are signatory, but they have not ratified. And there are other countries that have not yet signed on or ratified. So for example, Dominica, Haiti, Jamaica, they are signatories, but they have not yet ratified. And non-parties, meaning no signatory, will be the Bahamas, Barbados, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. Next slide, please. So what is the objective of the Escazú Agreement? This agreement guarantees full and effective implementation in Latin America and the Caribbean of environmental access rights, and of course, the creation and strengthening of capacity and cooperation. It contributed to the protection of right of every citizen, and of course, on the future generation, to live in a healthy environment and for sustainable development. So this is we say the belly, this is the core of the Escazú Agreement as negotiated by our member countries. Next slide. So the underlying basis of the Escazú Agreement. Environmental issues are best handled with all hands on. It has to be an all participatory approach, that all persons have the right to access environmental information for decision making, and that environmental harm must be prevented, remedied, and of course we must also work that it does not return. So we move forward rather than we move backward. And a little clip there, of course, you would see the particular vulnerabilities of our Caribbean. And in this case, we were highlighting the impact of climate change and the hydroclimatic events. Next slide. So why is it important? And as I said, just to repeat, access to information, public participation, access to justice, and environmental independence. And the agreement, as you read through the document, you would see the rules are there to guide on each of these headings. Next slide. The salient features of the Escazú Agreement. It's human rights based, it's people-centered, leave no one behind, strong position on capacity development and cooperation, and the protection of our environmental independence. It's really an environmental agreement interface with the purpose of sustainable development. And in the Escazú Agreement, taking into consideration the special issues of small island development states, and given that it's an agreement for Latin America and the Caribbean, and all through the negotiation process is a heavy positioning on addressing the issues of small island development states. Next slide. This is a busy document, but what I wanted to show that whilst we talk about the Escazú as a regional document and what it is to do, it also has found itself interfaced and reflected in global agreements. So definitely the Agenda 2030, and I picked out one, which is SDG Goal 16. And you could see it mirrors the targets of SDG 16. If you look at life underwater, SDG 14, life above water, SDG 14, and of course the other international agreements, the climate agreement or the Paris Agreement, the biodiversity. If you for our intellectuals, you just take any of those documents, interface it with the Escazú, and you would see that it's very, very compatible in the objective and purpose of leave no one behind and for a participatory approach to our environmental governance. And as I said, very much so position on the small island development states, challenges and priorities for development. Excellent. Excellent, please. So where are we with the negotiation? So we had haven't now we got enough countries that moved it to where it has been in effect, it came into effect. So in 2022, the first meeting, so it recognizes it's a very new agreement, so we're still learning as we go along. So the very first conference of parties was held in Santiago, where our head office is. And for the purpose of this meeting, I added on this first report, the first annual forum on human rights defenders. It's actually a workshop report, but it does give you a good insight of the human rights defenders, the defenders of human rights and the environment. And again, how does this interface with the objective and purpose of the Escazú agreement? And it's online. I left the link for you if you are interested in having a look at it. Next slide. At the COP2, the second meeting of parties, which was held in Buenos Aires in Argentina, it had the election of members to the committee. And so you would see also at that meeting, we had new parties that joined, and the new parties that joined this event. And for our region, we had Grenada joining at the 2003 meeting. We also have countries within the Caribbean. So as with all multilateral environmental agreements, the success is what happened at the country level. We can have all of these international meetings, but we need to bring it back home and we need to implement it. So, yes, thank you. So St. Lucia is one of those countries that are now in the process of developing national plans for implementation of the Escazú. And of course, that national plan, the country will decide on function, format, legislation, institutional process, and so forth, as is required in the preparation and enforcement of national plans. Next slide, please. So the next steps, we are moving on the Escazú. We will have the COP3, the Conference of Party 3 in Santiago at our head office. We are enforcing the committee to support the implementation and compliance. So bear in mind that at this time, there's the rules of compliance is in process. The human rights defenders on environmental matters, we have had the first draft, and that's to be considered at the COP3, which is next year. And then we had, of course, the second annual forum, which was just last month in Panama City. Next slide, please. So the benefits of ratifying. So as was said earlier by the opening remarks, that we need to have a Caribbean position on the Escazú. But as you know, it has to start at the state level and recognize that there's still a few countries pending to ratify. So we have to go bottom up from the state level to the sub-regional, say at the Caribbean level, and then of course within the Latin America and the Caribbean group. So the benefits of ratifying, just to give you a few examples: sustainable development and environmental stewardship, but there's also good governance, transparency, and accountability. It provides legal certainty, leave no one behind, shared priorities, values, and interest. It deepens the democratic process, and it supports the implementation of other environmental agreements or other international agreements. It sets a regional benchmark on our position on environment and sustainable development. It encourages and it can facilitate South-South cooperation. And of course, it brings in the recovery and of course, protection of our natural capital. One of the areas that we have to work on, which I am sharing, is that I always say in order for us to protect, we must be able to value, we must be able to measure. And that's an area that we still find that data is very scarce. That how do we value our mangrove? What is a value? If you don't value it, then you cannot protect it. And that's where our economists, I work with the economic commissions, and I'm from an environmental side. And I work with my colleagues, and the first thing I'll ask you, what is the economic value? What's the economic value of a freshwater system? So we have to start as environmentalists, which we know are very important capacity, but how do we talk to our other actors, the social scientists, and of course, our economists who tend to have the ears of the big decision makers now. And of course, as I said, assistant gardening resources and capacity building. Next slide. Thank you. So just to give a sort of like a pat on the shoulder of how recognized this important work is. And I took the script from our Secretary General, which he said that the region has a valuable tool to seek people-centered solutions grounded in environment and nature. By enhancing access to data, information, and engaging vulnerable groups, it upholds the fundamental values of a democratic life and foster responsive public policies. So we hope that when the agreement is implemented, our countries will have a better place to preserve their strategic national heritage through a more inclusive and community-oriented actions. And this is from our Secretary General. Next slide, please. So for more information on the Escazú, this is link here. You can please, it's public access. You can have that link. And I believe, Madam Moderator, this is the end of my slide. But when I have the desk, I'm an old head on SIDS. So I just wanted to also say, when we were doing the 10-year review of the Samoa Pathway, and before we did the midterm review of the Samoa Pathway in 2018, not many Caribbean citizens know what it is to be a citizen of small island development state. And I think we need to know what that is. You know, we talk about our vulnerabilities, we talk about our challenge, but to be a citizen of a small island development state, what does that mean? What does that trigger to us? If I am a citizen of a small island development state, what does that mean from my core? And I do feel we haven't yet reached that state. So we look at climate change and biodiversity, and we're SIDS and we are vulnerable, but bring it to the human being, the taxi driver, the channel vendor. What does it mean to him or her to be a citizen of a small island development state? Our youth, and we talk about the challenges of the youth and the opportunities, but they are youth of a small island development state. What it is to be a youth of a small island development state, which in the next 10 years, when we finish the 4th cycle of the SIDS, they will be our decision makers. How are we bringing that to fore, that they have pride and purpose to be a small island development state citizen? So that's my take. Good, and thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Artie. Much appreciated. And you know, it's very interesting that you talk about the importance of understanding how we as citizens of small island developing states can do our part to empower people in our communities and help them to understand and appreciate the value of agreements such as the Escazú Agreement. Okay. Before I move into my question to you, I just wanted to get from you a little bit about what you think the Caribbean as a region in terms of CARICOM as the governing body for the Caribbean, which signs agreements and which at least enacts certain things. How do you think the interaction from CARICOM level has been towards the signing of the Escazú Agreement or onboarding of some of these small island developing states? Do you think CARICOM has done enough to action that? And let's speak candidly, and I want your opinion on that.
Loaded question there, Sean.
I also have to keep my job tomorrow.
Yes.
No, and I would say we work very closely. CARICOM, as you know, there is a Sustainable Development Desk, and she's been extremely supportive on all things environment in the region. Now, you also have to, CARICOM itself provides, how should I say, support the member states, but the ratification is a member state responsibility. So it's specific on the Escazú or any other multilateral environmental agreement, the ratification happens at the state level. Yes. It's a party to the convention. And where the CARICOM will come in is, of course, to support on policy decision, to encourage, to guide, to bring as a convening body on common issues. So that's where their role is, and they work with all developmental partners. For example, at the SIDS, and I go back to the SIDS because that's a big ticket in now. How are we crafting what will be the next 10 years of the SIDS? This was a 30-year-old document, starting with the Barbados Plan of Action. So they have been very instrumental in as a convening body to encourage what will be the priorities of the region, but at the same time, the priority of the member state as the negotiation is at the state level.
Understood. Thank you for that. So I just wanted some of your feedback on that. Now, given your role in UNECLAC, how does the Escazú Agreement address the unique environmental and disaster management challenges faced by countries in the Caribbean region? And let's say some cross-cutting issues that are relevant and urgent where that is concerned.
Yeah, it's a good question. And as I said in my early, I think we are not yet there to measure the Escazú as an instrument for the subject that you meant, because we have only now St. Lucia is preparing their plan of action. So even though countries are ratified, they have to bring that to the country level to implement through systems, procedures, structure, financing, institutional framework. That process has not yet happened. So I cannot answer because we are not yet, it's a very new instrument and we are still at the stage of preparing those national implementation plans.
Right. Now, in terms of the success stories or successful, say, initiatives or cases where the principles of the Escazú Agreement have led to some positive environmental outcomes in the Caribbean. Can you give us a few examples of that?
Well, if you look at the last negotiation, for example, and I will take it from who are on the committee. So our Caribbean region has been extremely strong in being part of the process. So we have the civil society group, we have Canary that is on there. Grenada is also on the committee. So what I wanted to say is that whilst it is not yet at the ground level implementation, the input on the negotiating process and to be part of the committees that are in the negotiation process, the Caribbean is well represented, both at the state level as well as the civil society level.
Very interesting presentation, Artie. And I think it's very key for us to, again, understand and appreciate that each and every one of us has a duty and responsibility to spread the gospel, as it were, according to the Escazú Agreement. I know that we are very free-spirited people here in the Caribbean. We love culture, we love music. And I know that those are some of the methodologies that we would use through song, dance, and other orange economy applications, if I may, to get the message across, and even to the state-run enterprises and our governments to really get on board with the Escazú Agreement. So thank you, Artie, for your time. And it's indeed a pleasure having people of your caliber and with your vast knowledge and expertise grace us with your wonderful presence here as we have today. So thank you.
Yes, on behalf of ECLAC, thank you so much for inviting us to this important meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I now hand over to Talia. Talia will take us through into our next segment.
Hi, everyone. So right next on the agenda, we have the lovely patronage of Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. We have with us Mr. Daniel Coombs and Mr. Devon Taylor. I'm trying to see if Mr. Devon Taylor is here. I will just read a little bit on, yes, I'm seeing you, Damien.
How are you doing?
Damian, hi. So I'm just going to read a little bit on your organization, and you could take it away after.
All
Do you have
right.
a presentation to share?
No, not really a presentation. It's just an explanation of what we do, what we're
No
about.
problem. Okay, so just give me 2 seconds. I'll introduce you and the organization, and you could go ahead and take us into your discussion. So as you guys would have been seeing, we had a nice video, a campaign video from Jamaica Beach Birthright Environmental Movement playing during our break session. And this organization has been very instrumental in bringing this issue to the forefront in Jamaica. So as described in the Beach Control Act of Jamaica, Jamaicans have no inherent rights to the beach. And that is one of the major problems that they are facing in Jamaica, because it's written into the Beach Control Act of Jamaica, which is a legal document that regulates the beach and the sea around Jamaica. This document was written when Jamaica was a colony of England, as we saw in the video, since 1956, which was way before Jamaica became free and independent in 1962. So the Beach Control Act of Jamaica was updated in 2004 without any significant modifications to protect the beach heritage and environment of Jamaica. So now I would pass it over to you, Mr. Damien Coombs. Correct me if I'm saying your name wrong. And Mr. Devon Taylor have been instrumental in this movement in Jamaica. And he will be discussing what they've been doing, especially in the context of social and environmental justice. Thank you, Mr. Damien.
Thank you, Ms. Talia Mohammed. You pronounce it right. I hope you do it. I return the favor and pronounce your
Yes,
name correct.
you did, correct. Talia.
Okay. All right. So thank you for having me, and I'm really pleased to be a part of this. Well, Devon was supposed to be here, but I'm the director for outreach, so we still represent the same job and we have the same interests, same goals, and we've been fighting for a while. But before I go on to what we do, which is pretty short, I'll describe it. I'm really appreciative for the other citizens of the Caribbean that has been fighting before us, because we draw inspiration from you. I mean, years ago, I remember seeing a musician. Sorry, I don't remember his name. He's a musician in Barbados protesting and telling Butch Stewart that he will not be able to do what he does in Jamaica to Barbados. It's extremely pleasing to know that Trinidad has been at this for before. You guys have been at this before, so you really set a precedent and really empowers us, and it's just really inspiring to see people fighting, and that gives us the strength, and the motivation, and empowers us to know that it's been done before us, and it's Caribbean citizens like us that's been at this battle, and we're new to it. Our situation is inherently a bit worse, because as Talia indicated, that it's written in our constitution that the beach does not belong to us. So our situation is not just a modern neoliberal economic problem, but an old colonial legacy problem. So we have to be fighting that problem of the law, and we do not have a favorable government. This government is fighting tooth and nail to maintain the coloniality of space and maintain the colonial embrace those relations. And to be blunt, in terms of colonialism, if you're something that is colonial, meaning that something is not independent, you do not own where you live, and to be colonial is to own. So it's basically an embrace of an old system of ownership of the land, ownership of the resources, and restriction of the spirits. Our spirit. The presenter, Mr. Daniel. I'm sorry if I don't remember the full name, but I think it was Daniel something. Forgive me. Was speaking about
Mr. Didan Daniels from Tobago. Yes.
He was speaking about individuals and citizens' need and ability to go to the beach, to refresh your muscles, to get that therapeutic treatment that the beaches give to you. In Jamaica, we do not have that. We do not have access. And when we say access, we mean legally we cannot do that. We basically have permission because it's written in the detail of the law that if you're given permission, you may be able to do so. And as you can imagine, their interest here, which are claiming that what we're saying is not true, but as you have just read that critical piece of the law, Talia, Jamaicans do not have access, general unfettered access rights to our beaches. So anyone with a little bit of brain see that we're not telling any lies, and it's true. Now, Jabem was formed around 2 years ago in response to this a situation of dispossession and deprivation from land and beaches, and it has reached crisis levels. It reached crisis levels for a while now, but where it really hit us in the face is that the beach that our community members of those that form Jabem and occupy the executive of Jabem mostly, our beach that we were able to use was taken from us, and we were stopped from going there when we protested. The law came out, the law enforcement came out with almost, with a show of force and violence, restricted us from seeing it, from using the beach. Then we saw the walls come up, then we saw the fences come up, and then that chain reaction happened along the coast. As a matter of fact, as recently as I think the day before yesterday, another parish, Hooper's Pen, was removed from their beaches, and their wares and their temporary fixtures that they sell to tourists, that they pride their wares in, that those buildings were bulldozed yesterday or sometime this week. So it's a really very much a hot situation, and we have taken to the courts to try to remedy some of these situations. We have lawsuits against property holders, for want of a better term, those people claiming to own the land, because there's still disputes about who owns some of this land. So Riverland Holdings, that's one of the businesses that claims to sell sandals in Miami Bay, that land. We have a lawsuit against our government for a place we call Little Duns River, where locals set up that place and sell ply their trade and allow for local citizens to use that beach. So that's another case. We have a case in St. Thomas. So we have been in the courts fighting, because Jabem, we're an environmental justice organization, but there is the issue of climate change, which we find to be a very serious matter. Matter of fact, I think it's one of the most serious existential crises that humans face, and especially us in small island developing states,
right?
Because we see the impact of climate change in real time almost. We don't have the luxury of being in big continental spaces where we see the more gradual degradation. As soon as the floods come, or as soon as the rainy season comes, or a little bit of rain, we can see the damage that is done. And we are
heats. Now we're seeing the increase in the actual temperature that the beaches are being exposed to, and that is leading to also many other problems with regard to how are we able to even manage the beaches? Coral reefs are being bleached, and those are some of the other issues, I think, that are growing in prevalence, that Caribbean people are, like what Artie just mentioned. A lot of people from the Caribbean, because of how exposed we are to the USA culture, we tend to forget that we live on small island developing states. So Damien, I don't want to cut you off, but we do have Shalina in Nairobi, I believe, and I wanted to come on before, because it's 8 o'clock in the night, it's close to 9 o'clock, and then we'll bring you back on to continue the discussion, probably with Devon as well too, and then we'll wrap up. So I'm just allowing Shalina to come on. Hi, Shalina.
Let me just wrap in a minute.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, sorry, I understand the urgency. So basically, yes, the matter of coral reefs and the environmental degradation. We saw Attenborough's Blue Planet the other day, where 90% of our coral reefs in the Caribbean is under threat or are being destroyed. So we need really think that apart from the legislation, apart from the environment, a part of the environmental justice package is to protect our environment and make people aware of climate change and how precarious our existence is in terms of the damage that climate change does. Thanks.
Don't go anywhere because we're bringing you back into the conversation. You just let
All right.
Shalina
Okay.
get some time because it's late in the night there. So Shalina, Rania will do a very short introduction to you, and then you could take it straight away into your presentation. Let me know if you want me to share my screen because I have the presentation on my system. Okay, so Rania, feel free to read to introduce Miss Shalina Lingard, your colleague.
Okay. Thank you, Talia.
No problem.
Yes. Shalina, thank you for having the patience for waiting so long. Let me tell who is Shalina. Shalina Lingard is a dedicated member of the Association of Indigenous Village Leaders in Suriname, FITS, where she plays a pivotal role in the advocating for environmental consciousness and the vital guardianship provided by indigenous communities. As an indigenous woman who did not grow up in an indigenous village, Shalina brings a unique perspective to her work as FITS. Her journey has allowed her to gain a profound understanding of the far-reaching impact of the environment on all individuals. She recognizes the essential role played by indigenous people as stewards and protectors of the environment, ensuring its sustainability and well-being for all. In an era marked by diverse threats to our planet, Shalina believes in the importance of collective global action. She emphasizes urgency. I've get such sense again. She emphasizes the urgency of working together to find solutions that preserve and safeguard our shared home. Shalina, the floor is yours to tell what you want us to listen. Please go on. Thank you.
Actually, now I'm loading up your presentation. Just give me 1 second and I'll load it up, but you could
all right.
Go ahead and
good day, everyone. My name is Shalina Lingard, and you can go to the next slide. I'm greeting you all from the very cold but lovely country where I am right now, Nairobi, and it's now 10 p.m. Yes, as I said, my name is Shalina Lingard. I am a strategic management employee at the organization. As Rainier mentioned, it's formerly known as FITS. Yes.
Oh, RSC is controlling it. Our tech people are controlling it.
Yes, and FITS is the legal organization of who represents the indigenous people in Suriname. So when we talk about the effects on climate change on indigenous people, we notice that the indigenous people, they're the most vulnerable. So when the effects of climate change will hit, they'll be the ones that will experience the damage the most. If we talk about persistent heavy rains, flooding of the areas, extreme heat that causes a lot of drought, rising sea levels, but also heavy winds will have enormous effects on the lives of indigenous peoples in the communities. Their livelihood will change. Their food security will come in danger because if it's too hot, the crops are going to die out. You're going to lose your harvest. If the floods maintain, you're going to lose your harvest as well. So there are a lot of threats to indigenous people when it comes to climate change, and that will have serious health issues that come along with it. but also isolation, because some indigenous villages are very far away. And if persistent rains keep hanging on, they'll be unreachable. Planes won't be able to land, just the airstrips will be flooded, and also the roads that where they live usually far away, the roads will be damaged and they'll be isolated for long periods of time. So the effects on climate change on indigenous people are very heavy. Next slide,
Shalina,
please.
not to
Yes.
cut you across there, but I know you may have been late because of your travels and you're very far from us right now. But as you talk about this, you know, this is we had a presentation from IOM UN, and they have a nexus point with with migration, environmental migration. So a new term that we are using is called environmental migration, and it covers that same issue you speak about, not being able to move when you have a disaster, both mobility and immobility issues. Go ahead.
Yes, and as BITS, when we represent the indigenous people, we do it on a human rights-based approach. When it comes to climate justice, we make sure that indigenous people's voices are heard, and then we do that by joining workshops that's given by the government, training given by our partners, and in the part where we can and get invited to, we also join COP meetings to represent our people and make the issues clear that we are facing in our country. No, but mostly also that the protection of indigenous people have a say, a partnership, but also an effective partnership when it comes to policy making processes. And also recognizing that traditional knowledge is very important for indigenous people, because climate change to indigenous people, they're resilient, and that's because it's rooted in their traditional knowledge, and they have the capacity to adapt and when environmental changes occur. And also that we strive for potential options where we head for green economy instead of, for instance, oil and gas, because that's a very big issue in Suriname right now. And also that we should be able to receive direct financing, because usually when financing is given for, as for example, climate justice, it doesn't reach indigenous villages. It goes over their heads. Next slide, please. Yes, that's why I made a very short presentation. And this is one of the projects that I did with indigenous youths. I wrote a project on engaging and informing indigenous youth in our East region. And for us, in my engagement in Fitch, it was important that the youths are also involved. The youths also learn what the effects are on climate change, and they can address it as well. So what we did, we brought them from the East region to other places in Suriname where they can also see the effects of climate change. And then we had a brainstorming session where they noted down the experience, what they face in their villages. Wow. And this we put in a petition, and then we handed it to the Ministry of Environment as well as the chairman of our National Assembly. Yes. Okay. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I know Rainier has a question he would like to extend to you.
Yes. Thank you, Shalina. It was short, but the key points were there, especially for Suriname. Okay. Yes. And regarding Suriname, I have a question for you. What are the benefits for indigenous peoples if Suriname becomes party to the Escazú Agreement? And benefits for indigenous people across the Latin America and Caribbean region because it has been ratified regionally. What is your opinion on this?
Shalina, if you're having
I'm sorry, but I didn't hear the question.
You didn't hear the question? Okay, I will repeat it for you. Can you hear me well, Shelina? That's the first question.
Maybe you could switch your camera
Can
off,
you repeat
Shelina.
the question,
Kinda
please?
helps.
Can you hear me well?
Or maybe put it in the chat so I can read it.
Okay.
I can read it out for you. Maybe, are you hearing me better? I know you're having
It is sent to
internet.
you, and Talia, it is also sent to you. Read
Right,
it. Read it.
I will say it.
Yes.
What are the benefits? And I'll put it in the chat. What are the benefits
I see that I'm
of
facing a lot of technical issues right now.
what are the benefits of the Escazú Agreement if ratified in Suriname for the indigenous people?
What the benefits will be? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. If the Escazú agreement is ratified, it would mean that it would be very beneficial for indigenous people. Because besides the UNDRIP is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The Escazú is a treaty body. It's a treaty which is a binding agreement compared to the UNDRIP. So it would give us more support if Suriname decide to ratify it. So it can be beneficial because it'll also support our approach for giving the indigenous perspective from a human rights based approach, because it covers that the three tasks that it covers is that participation, active participation in decision making processes. It covers accountability, non-discrimination, equality, and also legality. And as far as we know that indigenous people are marginalized and face vulnerable situations, but the Escazú also covers that besides of rights of participation, also justice for environment and human rights defenders. And when we think about justice and human rights defenders, we think about indigenous peoples, because indigenous peoples are the guardians of nature, are the guardians of biodiversity. So also the guardians of environment. So the Escazú agreement, if it's ratified, it will be very helpful for the indigenous people, because now we need all actors and all help that we can get to get our voices be heard.
Thanks. That's a good answer. But Shelina, how do you think we in Suriname can bring Escazú on the table of the persons where it should be, the authorities? Do you have a proposal, an idea?
Well, as everyone know, our government is very stubborn. So what we would do is that in our partnering countries that have already ratified it, we can always ask for a meeting with the government officials and also explain to them what the benefits are for our people, but as well for the country. Because as Suriname, we don't want to be on the blacklist of discriminating our people and especially our indigenous people. So possibilities are we're going to have engagement, you're going to have to lobby, and then we can get it on the table. But it's not impossible as every other treaty that has been ratified before. So we just have to make that step forward. It is possible. Yes, and it will be beneficial for us.
Yes, but right here on our myth, among our myth, we have Talia. So I said, Talia, you are doing a great work with regarding Escazú in the region. Why do you don't come to Suriname and give here a presentation, Talia?
So Renia and Shelina and our counterparts in Suriname, you know, we have today we had with us the leading authority on Escazú, which is ECLAC. And even though Artie did a fantastic job covering what the agreement was on, it's really the Secretariat of ECLAC who has been doing a lot of work, top-down work, to get the government's attention and those agencies that are in charge of law and policy making ministries at the country level in the Caribbean. So before because we're out of time, and I want to make sure Damien gets his chance to come back on and say what he has to say, especially to bring home the points of what's happening in Jamaica, because they actually have an issue with, it's actually written into a law that they don't have these rights. And when ESCAZU is ratified, how would one law trump another law? So just very quickly, Shalina, because I know you're pressed for time and it's late night where you are. Give us one word or phrase, and then this question will go out to everyone who's still here. Give us one word or phrase or a short phrase that would represent an action or a mechanism or a catalyst. And I know you mentioned some things just now, but we just want a term so we could have some takeaways or a action that you could deem like to be a catalyst in Suriname that would help you guys bring this agreement to full ratification and adoption by your country. A word, a phrase, a mechanism, what do you think needs to happen in Suriname specifically, especially now that we recognize that ESCAZU has more than one application when you talk about human rights, not just indigenous people, not just beach access, but the whole issue of being able to participate.
I have a short phrase because as I've said, indigenous people are guardians of the environment. So I would say that since we all have to work together towards this to give ESCAZU agreement the boost that it needs, I would say that we should all become guardians.
That's perfect.
Of the world. Yes.
I like that. For all of
Okay,
us
nice.
to become guardians. Okay, so I'd like to hand it now back
Nice.
over to.
I like it, Selena.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Shalina, and wish you safe travels back home. And we'll be in touch when you get back home to Suriname. And hopefully, as Rainier is suggesting, we could all get together in person in Suriname soon.
I hope so too.
So
Yes.
I'd like
Thank you
to
very
ask-
much for having me.
Thank you so much. I'd like Mr. Damien Coombs to come back in and finish off his discussion with us, but also to start it off, he could also, give us one word or phrase or short blurb on what would represent an action or a mechanism or a catalyst to get full adoption by ESCAZU in Jamaica. And I don't want to prompt the answer, but what's something you think you could work on in Jamaica that is not just beach access, but to get this law ratified, which would support the issue you have, specifically because you all have a law that kind of counteracts ESCAZU.
Yes, thank you, Talia.
Problem.
Well, maybe not a word. Well, what would help is if we could increase our ability to do community mobilization, community engagement and mobilization. Because the problem here is when we speak to people, and you guys, which I'm sure you have to do field work, so you know what it's like mobilizing people. You know what it's like trying to convince people.
If only the phone right there where you had it, because I wasn't seeing your face, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not at home. I have to be in some in a library. Yeah.
You're still out of focus. You're still out of focus. We want to have your face, right? Thank you. Perfect.
All right. So what we think it would help is if we could get somehow more empowered or stronger or more adept or at our community engagement and mobilization. Because we find that people, when you speak to them, they'll say, yes, this is a good thing. But people, especially in Jamaica, and part of it is in terms of our recent political history. And what I mean by that is that people are kind of defeated. People do not have the energy or the vibe in the main to agitate and to continue at it. It's almost like there's a kind of retreatism within the general public where they will look and say, yes, I deserve this right to my beach. But you have to show up at their doorstep and coax them, reason to them, try to encourage them that this is something that they should stand for, and to get people to a protest. And I think that is where the Caribbean experience and the Caribbean knowledge will be valuable for us. Because even though I don't think you guys had that law, that colonial law that was restricting your movement and restricting your progress, you still had to move it. And you found some serious degree of success. And what is happening is that we see that the fight does not end with these court battles. It's a constant struggle. Because I see comments, for example, on our video by Al Jazeera, people from Puerto Rico saying it's still happening, people from Curacao saying it's still happening, and different parts of the Caribbean. So we know that if Jamaica fails in our bid, this will encourage wealthy interests. This will encourage the interests which are antagonistic to beach rights, which are antagonistic to Caribbean environmental rights, to say, hey, Jamaica has failed. This is how we learn how to conquer or how to give problems to the rest of the Caribbean. And this is not just a legal issue and a social matter and a historical matter. This is an issue which is political, because we have a political party which is adamant that it needs to defeat us right now. It's going to be on the ballot because the other party say this is a right, it's like human right, and this right belongs to the Jamaican people. So that's interesting. And I think that is some kind of test that both parties were mute, and one is saying, no, this is a right, and they will attempt to do legislation to change the situation. But it's very encouraging to know that other Caribbean nations have fought. And if it's one thing now, sorry for taking so long, but if it's the one thing that I think that praise is Caribbean unity.
Yeah.
One last step in moving towards environmental rights and the protection of climate change.
Yeah.
And not just the public education, but community mobilization. Because if we can get that, then we know a lot of our problems will be able to deal with.
Agreed. And one of the most fascinating things about this agreement and Escazú, it's the only law on the planet like this. And it's very telling to our counterparts, our brothers and sisters in Latin America who really pushed for it, because they were seeing they had a lot of earlier action, I should say, not more than, but earlier action from the indigenous people and people in, of course, the Amazon forest fighting for their rights. So it was because they based it on Principle 10, and all the meetings that led up to formalization and the making of Escazú was really telling of the fact that in our part of the world, human rights are being violated, and especially those who are fighting for the access to the environment and access to our own land. And when you think about the rights that the indigenous people have been fighting for since colonization, it's something that goes to show that we need, as Shalina said, we need our people to recognize that we are guardians of these beautiful islands that we live in. And those that are here that are, profiting off of our natural resources, of course, aiding us in our development, but also profiting off of it and driving our economies. There must be some balance, because we have, as Helene said, we have to have a whole of society approach on this. And we cannot have only the top-down approach, and we need to foster and bolster that bottom-up approach so we could really meet in the middle and get this agreement fully ratified across the entire region. Because if this is ratified in Jamaica, what you are fighting for would now have much more teeth and much more credibility, because this law will counteract that other law, the Jamaica, that Jamaica Beach Act. So it's really about us uniting, I think. And I know we still have Artie here. I'm not sure Mr. Dinan had to leave. I know a lot of people had different events to go to, and everybody is very busy. but if anybody else wants to add to that one last question, and then I will close before we do our call to action. It really would be, what is this term? I mean, we use this term collaboration so loosely now, but I really think we need to have very strategic collaboration. And I see the developmental agencies really doing a phenomenal job at building our own capacities, connecting the dots and connecting our other organizations to each other. But I do think that civil society organizations really need to bolster our work by joining up. So yes, we have our own specific deliverable or objective, but this law is cross-cutting. And if it is, we could find ways to work together, very similarly to when we had to get the Paris Agreement ratified. Everybody from the environmental communities came together to march in Trinidad. And it was very promising and predicated upon Greta Thunberg and the climate marches that were happening there. And a lot of young people came out. But we need more than young people right now. We need everybody from the CSO organizations, especially, to come together to get this adoption completed across the region. So if Artie, if you want to jump in there, because I know you're still here, or not, just let me know.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. I've been, whilst you're speaking, I was trying to get some back work on the Escazú, but also I'm SIDS. So whilst you talk about the Caribbean and Caribbean first, it's extremely important to carve the Caribbean challenges and issues in the context of the region, and the region being Latin America and the Caribbean. So there's always how the negotiation happens. So if you are a continental state, like let's say Mexico, Brazil, your issues on the Escazú may have a different flavor, for want of a better, than
right.
Small insular state like us with limited land space to work with. We're never going to get, if you have a hurricane, it's the entire island. There's no stage 2 to go. You can't relocate people to another part of the island. Normally the entire island get destroyed on one event. So we need to bring on the table the peculiarities and the vulnerabilities of the SIDS. And I keep saying we also bring to the table what are our strengths and our resource. And I feel like, again, we have to bring something on our empowered state into the negotiation. Having said that, as I said, the Canary is now the representing CSO in the Escazú. Canary is a friend of the region. And I would say then, therefore, if there's a medium of reaching out to Canary to see how they are coordinating with the other civil society groups, so that the voice of the civil society group within the Caribbean are collective. I don't know how maybe they're reaching out, but to know that they have a seat, and that having a seat at the table is an extremely important achievement, and gives an opportunity to foster. But also, as we look at the Escazú negotiation, is one of the many that you can touch on. There are so many other negotiations that have similar principles. In fact, it's now a common in any negotiating instrument. Principle 10 is well positioned. And so I would say, just Escazú is one of the many that you may want to show that your the responsibility of civil society group and the support of civil society group to meet the common good is translated through the various instruments of the negotiation for sustainable development. Thank you very much. Right now.
Thank you so much, Artie. And I would very much like to thank all my panelists that are here today, including Mr. Damian Combs and his counterpart, Mr. Devon Taylor, who I was speaking to since yesterday via WhatsApp. I know he's traveling as well, from the Jamaican Beach Birthright Environmental Movement. I'd like to thank Ms. Helen Glenison, Project Officer on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change for the Caribbean from IOM UN, I'd like to thank Mr. Didan Daniel, Chairman of the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Management Program. I would like to thank Shalina Lingard, the Strategic Management Employee of the Association of Indigenous Village Leaders in Suriname. And I'd definitely love to thank Artie Dubry for doing such a phenomenal job on her presentation and on getting us up to speed. She is the coordinator for sustainable development and disaster unit in ECLAC, and as she mentioned, the secretariat for Escazú is based in Santiago, and we will be getting more support to try and bring more information to you guys and support Canary in their work to mobilize civil society organizations. So thank you all very, very much. I would just now like to share my screen very quickly and do a call to action. So everyone will be aware that we do have a call to action with regard to our Caribbean tree planting project. 1 second. Not sure why my internet is also giving. My apologies, I'm having internet issues. Yes, so this is our call to action. It's called the Letter to the Caribbean Heads of Government. And it's basically a letter that we have penned that we're asking people to sign to complete the form below, asking our call to action is to establish a Caribbean tree planting week for our region, which would benefit our region greatly with all the benefits that trees bring, including protection of our coastlines, protection of our environment through their watershed management properties, as well as food security. And of course, with the increase in environmental and weather patterns, our trees play a fundamental role in sequestration of carbon and producing oxygen. So this is our Caribbean tree planting project call to action to establish a Caribbean tree planting week for the Caribbean. The information and link will be posted on our website and on our pages as we go forward. And I want to remind everyone to please sign in on Sunday for our final event, our day 3 event. It starts at 3 p.m. Thank you very much. And thank you to all our presenters today. Some of the presentations will be available for those who registered to the webinar. So goodbye, everyone. Thank you for coming. Bye.